All right, dudes, we are live with another Pangburn Hangout. Today we're talking about proof of vaccination. How do people feel about these new policies that you're going to have to show proof of vaccination to get into certain sports events, concerts? I wanted to open up that discussion today. I think it would be a very interesting topic. I hope we're coming through clear on YouTube. Yeah, everyone in the room, I'm going to share this stream with the other channel as well. Does anyone have any initial thoughts on this?
I mean, you have to show proof of age in order to buy alcohol. I have to have a license to drive a car or a truck.
Right.
You have to show proof of certain things in order to be able to do certain things. Why should the coronavirus be any different?
Right. Does anyone have an argument against that? Does anyone feel as though this is like you're kind of being compelled to do something? Because it's not like they're saying like you have to have it in order to go out in society, but certain companies and businesses are saying like, yeah, you can't. You're not going to get to go to see the Alicia Keys concert unless you're vaccinated and show proof of vaccine. Is there going to be an underground market for selling fake vaccine documents?
Actually, there already is. There already is
there
a
really?
fake market. Yes, in the Netherlands, they quite quickly found out that people are online on a platform. I forgot the name, on a chat platform.
Oh my
They're
God.
already selling those fake passports and shit. It's already there.
I love humanity.
Not very surprising.
I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me one bit. We do
What
anything
surprised-
and everything.
what surprised me is how fast it just.
Right. Well,
The
it doesn't
market
take.
exploded.
Well, look at the toilet paper thing, man. Look no further than the fucking toilet paper thing. When this whole shit started, I go to the grocery store and I see some fucking 25-year-old dude loading up the back of his truck with all the toilet paper from the store. And then I see this single mother with two kids trying to find some toilet paper inside the store. Just like she wanted to buy one package and there was nothing. So she was buying like tissues instead. Like, this is the kind of shit that happens. People panic and then they start underground things in order to avoid something that is, quite simple. But yeah, let's get some other. I really want to hear from Doolittle on this. Doolittle, what do you think about this? Do you think this is crossing the line? If you have to get, show your documents in order to attend a big concert, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's crossing the line a little bit.
Oh, by the way, guys, sorry. Before
yeah.
Doolittle goes, we are live at the Pangburn Offensive YouTube channel, not on our main channel, but the new one. So please head over there and let's get the chat rolling there. But anyways, go ahead, Doolittle.
Oh, geez, you're trying to get us banned from YouTube here.
Well, no, I'm on that. That's why I went over to the new channel just in case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't know. There's certain things in America, at least, that the government has the authority to write regulations about. And at least in British Columbia, we're talking about a state government, right? Or I mean, it's essentially the parallel of a state government. It's not a federal law all the way across.
Yeah,
Canada.
BC is the third province to take this on.
Yeah, so essentially, the higher level that decision is made, in terms of whether something is mandatory, probably the worse it is, right? So if you had a city that said you're not allowed to go to any big events in this city, and
Right.
they made a law like that at the city level, that would be a lot easier to accept, because if you don't like it, you could just move to another city. Like if you had a religious reason to not take the vaccine, or if you had a personal risk profile where you're allergic to polyethylene glycol or something like that.
Yeah.
Then it would be easy for you to just say, well, I'm going to go move to a city that allows people like me to exist. And the higher level of society that adopts such a policy, the more it oppresses the people that for whatever the reason is, can't or won't take the vaccine, right? So at the level of British Columbia, you could say, well, if you don't want to, and if you don't want to go to a concert, then you can just still keep living there. But if your livelihood is going to events with a lot of people, you're going to have to move to another province or maybe to another country, and that could be quite burdensome.
Yeah.
So,
One thing that we need to consider too, that it's a very small portion of the population, but there are some people, like based on doctoral indication, their doctors are telling them, you can't get the vaccine because of your current treatment, like your cancer treatment or something that's going on right now. It's an outlier thing, but it does happen, right? So I think this needs to be considered. Anyone else think that does anyone think this is going too far, or does anyone or do some of you think that just like people need to fucking suck it up and just go get the shot and get this done with? What's your guys' attitude? Go ahead, Aaron. If you got more.
Just to quickly throw it in there, if no one else has anything to say, I don't think this crosses the line at all. You have to get your kids have to get shots before they can go to school.
Right.
I mean, how is this any different? The only reason I would say that we're even having a discussion about proof of vaccination is because you've got idiots in this country, and no, I'm not talking about the people who have medical reasons for not getting the vaccine. Obviously, I'm not.
Right.
But you have idiots in this country that just don't want to get the damn vaccine. Clearly, in America at least, and obviously a lot of other countries as well, we want to get past the coronavirus. We have a perfectly viable vaccine that isn't perfect, by the way, that could get us past this. But idiots don't want to do it. And now they want to cry that their freedom is being taken away because certain places, not even everywhere, wants them to prove that they've actually taken the damn vaccine so they don't go spreading the shit again.
Right.
They complain when shit has to get shut down because they won't take coronavirus seriously.
Okay, I got a question for you, Aaron. I got a hot question for you.
Okay.
How far are you willing to go with these idiots? Does it get to a point if, like, let's say a COVID variant got bad enough where it's dropping kids in the playground dead? Those idiots who continue to avoid the vaccine, are you okay with, the government essentially holding them down and sticking them for their own?
I'm actually okay with the exact opposite. As long as no one else is going to get involved. If they catch coronavirus and die.
Oh, okay.
Well,
so you.
You.
Can you imagine at any point where you would be okay with like the government sending out their white coat dudes with police and, holding people down at the barbershop or whatever and just sticking them and saying, okay, was that so hard?
Honestly, I'm going to say no, and I'm only going to say no because I do believe that there is a certain level of, we don't want to become an authoritarian state. We if we're going to give people the freedom to do as they please within certain parameters,
right,
we should hold to that. If enough people are taking coronavirus seriously to where you have cases that only sprout up in certain areas, I mean, if a governor wants his state to be able to move on and open up fully, it's not out of the question, I don't think. You're going to get a lot of pushback, and it will get violent, no question. It might even get fatal in certain cases. But I would say at some point you've just got to go, okay, well, if you don't want to get the vaccine, then you're going to be asked to leave any and every single place that you go to. And if you don't like it, get the damn vaccine. So it's not necessarily that you're holding these people down and forcing them to get it. It's that you're showing them what it's going to be like if they continue to resist.
All right,
by basically exiling them for the rest of society.
All right, cool. Thanks so much for your take, Aaron. Alien Jojo's working right now. He can't respond. Cutter, what do you got? Lay it on us. How are you feeling?
I think that this conversation goes beyond vaccines. And regardless of someone's characterization of those who choose to or not to get a vaccine, the question is, is this the only circumstance where the government will exercise force in order to institute compliance? And if you want to go down that road, then at what point is too far?
It's a good question.
What's the next level of compliance that's required?
Right. Well, that's a really good question for the room to think about. Jolly, what do you got?
It's a very complicated matter, and what makes matters even worse, in this situation, I feel like I have virtually no reliable knowledge about the case. Well, I don't like to be forced to make a decision when I don't have sufficient knowledge. And the problem with acquiring sufficient knowledge in this particular matter is that ultimately I have no way of acquiring reliable knowledge over question, beyond question. Because, well, ultimately, I have to place my faith in someone smarter than me, someone who has better authority over me in terms of scientific knowledge. I'm not I'm not a doctor. I have no grounds on biology and medicine. So, well, I have to put my faith in someone, and I really do not know who to put that faith in.
Yeah, a lot of people would argue that like resources to understand this are so vast and readily accessible that you should be able to have enough information in order to get this done. That would be an argument you would hear back.
I wouldn't be so sure about it because given that I am able to understand such resource, it is most likely a popular science resource, right? It's not a very detailed explanation of how things work and why they do work. If I were to even try to comprehend the actual scientific studies that tell us about why it is one way or another, I would have to have some kind of medical background and scientific background, which I do not, because I'm a fucking musician.
One thing I will say to that, Jolly, is that hundreds of virologists that are actually in the lab have taken to YouTube and are creating free content for people to help them understand. Like and some of them are more dumbed down than others, like virology for idiots type thing. So again, people would point to that and say, well, have you really looked hard enough at this? And also another thing, Jolly, something to think about is if your doctor prescribes like, a medication to you for something else.
Fair.
You're probably just going to take it because, like, let's say it's for your like an STI you contracted. Like you're probably gonna take it, and you're not gonna need to become an expert on it. And I'm not saying that a vaccine and that is equivalent. But your parents likely had you get needles when you were young without becoming experts on what's being injected into you. It was just it was your booster shots for measles or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. But well, the only counterpoint on this is that there are no such controversies about other medicaments or other vaccines in most cases.
I don't know. I mean, measles has been like a controversy that's been going on for so long, and albeit it's not like, I mean, in certain soccer mom circles, you might get people saying like it causes autism, but outside of that, it's like I don't know, man.
But it has been studied for decades, and it has been shown beyond all doubt that it doesn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I perfectly can be, because I haven't really studied the matter, but I don't think that the new COVID vaccines are studied and researched as well as the older vaccines.
I think that's a common mistake people are making when they look at this. They look at length of time, and they're like, well, that necessarily means that we haven't had enough time to truly understand these things. Well,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily, but it makes matters suspicious.
Yeah, I know. What it does is for a skeptic, it's a good question to ask. But then if you go to seek the answer to that, and
that's what
virologists are saying, basically they say like when you are given like, okay, we have unlimited money and resources to get this thing sorted, that opens up an incredible amount of opportunity to get something done quickly and safely. The FDA finally slapped their approval on the first vaccine, and we had every indication that was going to happen, right? So there's going to be more approvals coming. But it's an amazing thing what you can do to shorten the scope of time on things like this when the government says spend absolutely everything you want to spend, even if it's just a pipe dream. Fucking spend it. I want to go to John Boy. John Boy, what's your take so far on this?
Oh boy, trying to figure that out, I guess, on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting sociological phenomenon, I think, and I think it's going to be interesting to look back on this time 5-10 years from now and just take a bit of a zoomed out view on how this all played out and what the motivators were, what drove people to make certain decisions and why. I certainly think it's more complex than it seems. So I tend to avoid taking a broad stroke at characterizing any set of individuals as, let's say idiots. But I'm not saying there aren't idiots among all of us in various ways. But to Cutter's point, I think there's elements of this that strike people as concerning when it comes to the way the government is involved, certainly when it involves things like mandates. There's considerations around what the best approach is from a medical standpoint. And then there's concerns about what the best approach is from a moral standpoint, inclusive of both of those prior points. So in a perfect world, for me personally, just sharing where I am, I'd love to be able to just stay in my house and not come in contact with anyone so that I, don't put anybody else at risk. And, we've leave science enough time to give us more information on what I personally leave room for, which is some unknowns. Obviously, that's not feasible. So, what is the best course of action? I've decided that I think the negative consequences of potentially contracting COVID and what the long-term effects are at this point, as far as I could tell, scarier than long-term consequences of, or the near-term consequences of getting vaccinated.
Yeah.
So that was part of my evaluation.
And I'll just share my perspective. These questions that people ask about the vaccine are reasonable. Once I did once I took a deep dive into what virologists were saying and where the technology was at, it was just an absolute no-brainer. Not a question left in my mind. Go and stick me and give me the vaccine. That's what my reasoning led me to, and I'm happy to hear, like, we've had some people on this Discord server, a lot actually, that were, very much like, I'm not getting this I'm not getting this vaccine, and as time has moved on, I think they haven't been scared into it, but I think I think by having conversations and sharing our perspectives of like, I don't think you're an idiot for wanting to ask those questions. Like, I think what's happening a lot of the time is people don't want to be forced and feel like they're bending to someone calling them an idiot and then going to get the vaccine. And I know that sounds fickle and like very emotional and things like that, but that's what
It's psychological. It's a thing.
but that's what that's humanity, man. It's like we all get that way with certain things.
All right, Travis, can I respond here since 3 people have called me for using that word?
Jump
Look,
in.
If and this is an if. I'm not saying that this is the case, by the way, but if the data exists and it's easily accessible by even the people who wouldn't understand the more technical side of the way the vaccine works, and it's been thoroughly and properly explained without the intention of scaring anybody, because I don't like that either, honestly. Scaring people.
Before you move on, Aaron, would you agree that some of these fucking media outlets have tried to go along the route of like scaring people, even some government entities like scaring people into taking something? Do you know what? Like that is the worst fucking possible way you could ever promote a vaccine. Like no wonder some people are feeling apprehensive. Why are they trying to scare me into taking this thing? Like
exactly.
Who the fuck thinks that that's a good way of going about anything? Scaring someone into something.
I've experienced it in my own. I've experienced that in my own life. But if the information is there that says this is what the vaccine is, this is what coronavirus is, here's why it's dangerous, here's why you should really get the vaccine, and you've still got people who don't even think coronavirus is real, you're a fucking idiot. Get over it.
Yeah,
I know people might not like it if I use that word, but that's just what you fucking are. By the way, here's what I will say to respond to Cutter's point. I absolutely agree with the idea that we should not allow the government to have that much control. I absolutely agree. And that's, when I think of COVID vaccine, proof of vaccination, I don't think of the government being the ones to do it. I think of the establishments themselves being the ones to. If the sporting event says you're not allowed to come in here without definitive proof that you've got vaccinated, or if the restaurant or the entertainment center or the movie theater, if they are the ones who say you are not allowed in here until you prove that you've taken the vaccine, I would say that the only government intervention should be to protect those establishments from whatever methods people might try to implement to get them to not be able to do that. I'm saying that the individual establishments themselves should be the ones to enforce this, not the government. The government should not have that level of power ever, no matter how for the people it actually becomes. So,
Doolittle, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Aaron on that. If a private establishment wants to only allow customers that have a vaccine, then that's well within their rights, and it's entirely appropriate for them to take whatever measures are necessary to keep their customers safe. In fact, it would be required by law if you went to a restaurant and they didn't put up a sign that says piso mojado when they were mopping the floor, and you slip and fall, then they're liable for the injury caused to you, because they have a duty to protect you as their guest. And so it kind of is a thing where private places, or if there's an event that's held in even if it's a public location that's run like a sporting arena or something, the people running that event need to take care of the people inside. And if the way that they see fit of doing that is to say you need a vaccine so that we don't spread COVID at this event, then that's up to them. But in the U.S., we have a place where the government loses its right to enforce something, and that's at your skin, right? The government can't force you to do anything inside of your skin, and we had some pretty important landmark Supreme Court cases enforcing the right to privacy, essentially bodily autonomy, which is protected under the right to privacy in the U.S. You don't have that in Canada, but
Right.
But I mean, you can't force someone to do something like that in the U.S. You can't force someone to take a vaccine and give them something other than equal protection under the law for not taking a vaccine.
Yeah. And I think what we're more talking about here with proof of vaccination, well, like if someone wants to travel to a certain country, you're going to have they're likely going to need proof of vaccination. Well, to some countries. And yeah, so there kind of always has been this proof of vaccination thing out there, but now, it's going to be, at certain establishments, concert venues and things like that, you're going to have your proof. Bojangles, I want to hear from you. What do you think about this? Do you think this is an overstep by these companies? Should they just let people, come to the concert unvaccinated and it's kind of at their own risk?
I can kind of see both sides of the argument on this one. On one half, I do understand the companies need to protect their patrons, but on the other half, I can kind of see this as a way to essentially create not necessarily a second class of citizen, but as a way to legally discriminate against people, which does kind of worry me because you may not be directly mandating people to have to get the vaccine, but I don't want to say incentivizing it, but you're kind of forcing their hand at it at the same time. Sure, the government may not be mandating people get the vaccine. They may not be threatening to throw them in jail, but it's going to get increasingly difficult for people who don't want to get the vaccine to participate in everyday life, especially as these vaccine mandate or not mandate, but this vaccine paperwork becomes more accepted in the public eye. I don't like where that's going, and I can't really think of another scenario where a company would be legally allowed to discriminate against patrons coming in on the basis of something like that. I mean, wearing clothes, wearing shoes,
right? Bojangles, public schools for children, vaccination requirements.
Sure.
Yeah, and we've had that, for
this isn't a public school that you proposed. You said a private industry.
But I'm just saying, I'm just saying that
school can go fuck itself.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that.
I mean, that's retarded.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that in the school systems, like even in the public school systems, there's like rules like regarding vaccinations, right?
The public school system isn't the litmus test for what is considered freedom at all. If anything, it's the opposite.
Yeah, I didn't make that claim.
It's jail with a nice little.
I wouldn't say I necessarily agree with that either. But I mean, there are legal alternatives to going to public school. There are plenty of private schools that don't have that requirement. There's homeschooling that's an option as well. But what I can see happening and what worries me is venues that people would traditionally need to go to get access to, say, food, like grocery stores requiring these vaccine passports, which right now hasn't happened.
That's where things start getting interesting, right?
Yeah.
When Safeway all of a sudden says, and you don't have any grocery stores around you, you're going to have to drive another 30 minutes if you don't want to get vaccinated. That's when things are really going to start putting pressure on people. And my question to the room is, will it work? Bruce, let's go to Bruce. I want to know if Bruce thinks like taking away people's ability to go to a concert venue, is that a push for these people who don't want to get vaccinated?
No.
Do you think that's going to work?
It's not enough. No, actually, the recent, I think the New Orleans Saints required vaccination for ticket purchases, and they went down to like $1 on the aftermarket when this was found out. Everyone was like, basically, I'm not going to use my tickets now in protest. So you can have my ticket and put it on StubHub for $1.
How many people?
New Orleans Saints
how many people do you think that was? Because
probably a few thousand, I would imagine.
Right.
But I don't know if you mean working? Does it if 85% of people or 52% of people, is that mean working? If it's more than half, I don't know. Well, the problem is people are going to just roll over and then lose any sense of security they may have thought they had when this continues to creep into their everyday life.
I'm already getting, because I'm planning live discussions for 2022, I'm already getting emails from the venues, talking about these mandates that are going to be coming, and also about this, this second wave and going back to mask mandates and maybe lockdown eventually with this new wave, how that's going to affect live events anyway for 2022. So
I'm gonna have to respond in a second. So if I may just quickly respond to, I know he's not here, but what Bojangles was saying.
yeah,
On a very basic level, I completely understand his concern. But can we please, for once in our lives as a species, take something seriously? We're not talking about discrimination based on who you find attractive. We're not talking about discrimination based on how much melanin is in your skin. We're not talking about discrimination based on what genitals you have. We'd be talking about quote unquote discrimination based upon whether or not you are at risk of getting a virus that has already killed more than 500,000 Americans and over 1 million people across the rest of the planet. I would say, as far as discrimination goes, that'd be a pretty decent type of discrimination to have. Hey, I don't want to be around you because you might get me sick from a disease, from a virus that might kill me.
Yeah, unfortunately, that flies in the face of the logic that currently is happening, because you can still spread the virus despite having the vaccine.
Yeah,
True.
I want to respond to.
The inconsistency.
Hold on a second.
Okay, Aaron, you finish, and then let's get some responses. But Aaron, finish first.
Well, because the point is, and I don't usually like siding with the left, the naysayers on the left, but the honest to goodness truth is, we ourselves are the reason why the vaccine seems to be less efficable than it once was, because if everybody had just gotten the damn vaccine when the vaccine first happened, the Delta variant wouldn't have even had a chance to get as bad as it would, because it wouldn't have had enough hosts to get to. So you can't really use that argument.
Yeah, that's wrong.
I don't know.
Okay,
that's true, man.
Okay, Aaron, take a break. Let's get. I think Bruce and Doolittle both had something to say, and then let's get Nivik. Got to hear from Nivik after that. Go ahead, guys.
No, I don't. I was just stating that the idea, the only reason that somebody would say you must be vaccinated in order to be at our establishment, is purely so they could say they've checked a box, because it basically says the reason why you would have this happen is you're going to have people mixing, and some of these people will not be vaccinated, and others would. And so we want to say we've done the most that we can to protect those who are vulnerable, which are the unvaccinated. But requiring all people to be vaccinated in order to be there doesn't do anything. Nobody's safer in those scenarios. The only safety is if somebody comes into contact with you that is not vaccinated, it may harm them. But if everyone's vaccinated, because you can still transmit this issue. So it's not as though you're stopping transmission.
Yeah, can I respond now?
Yeah, go ahead, Nivik. And then Doolittle.
You know what
Doolittle had
what Aaron was saying was right about the discrimination. That's off of your choice. And equating with things where people have no control over, you know, in how they look, like with race, it's a false equivalence. And what do you call it? What did I say? Yeah, the argument of freedom. Based off of that argument of freedom of not wanting to get it, it also goes to people who have a choice as well. You know, it's kind of and where if you don't want, if you're the person that says, hey, I want to do what I want, and not getting it or getting it, a person should have a right to say, well, I don't want to be around you, because you can have your freedom to do what you want.
Right. No one's
disregarding my faith, in disregarding my safety, and not caring about my safety. So I can make a choice too, based off of your logic.
Yeah, but no one's saying that they shouldn't have a right not to be around someone. We're talking about like going to a concert. It's like everyone's going to go to the concert and they have to abide by the rules of the venue. And if the venue's saying we don't want unvaccinated people here, do you think that's, I think most people here would agree that that's okay for a private, institution to have that rule. But do you like from a legal perspective, but do you think they should be doing that, Nivik?
It goes both ways, in where people that don't want to be vaccinated want to go together in groups of not being vaccinated. You know, so you. And by the way, the other thing is, you put other people in danger in hospitals who have illnesses that they're trying to do what they best they can in fighting to get better. Where I saw a video of a guy, his wife has cancer, and she didn't end up getting a bed because the person that's getting a bed is a person that chose to be unvaccinated and don't and still don't want to be vaccinated.
Okay.
And he says, well, by your choice, you're affecting me. You know, if you're going to walk the talk, then walk the talk. You get what I mean? And deal with it. That's a choice you put yourself in. Don't go along with other things.
That's hard. That's hardcore.
Stay at the hospital
hardcore.
and stay in the hospital. Stay at home and die. You get what I'm saying? And deal with it.
This is Nivik. I think this is getting at again more of your kind of eye for an eye a little bit morality. You know, reap the consequences. But can't you step in and help people in some way who are suffering from ignorance? Not just say like, "Oh, you did this to yourself. Now you get to die." Yeah.
But that's their choice, though.
I know it's their choice, but like someone who's ignorant to something, it doesn't mean that they want to die and that they.
But their choice is imposing on the freedom of another person. They're talking about people imposing on them. No, it's you imposing on other people's. Other people. It's that's what you're doing.
Yeah,
you're making the initial act. Don't put it on me. And I'm trying to discriminate against you. You're doing it to me.
Something to your point.
You're being inconsiderate to me, douche. You know, you don't care if I get sick. So why should I have any consideration for you?
It's very wild legal logic.
You're saying F you. I don't care if I get you sick. So what am I supposed to think? Like
right.
F you back?
Is
that wrong? So let me point out the inconsistencies.
Take straw, man.
There's a lot of inconsistencies in the vaccine mandate logic, and I think that it's people just can't hold contradicting ideas in their head at the same time, so that's why it gets everybody. So one of the things is, okay, so let's just say if the vaccines do work and they're effective at preventing you from getting symptoms from COVID. So anyone that has the vaccine is not threatened by a person who doesn't have the vaccine.
That's not correct. It's only 90% effective, right? The vaccine.
Yeah, it depends on what vaccine you have.
Yeah, so there's still.
But it's well more than 90% effective. They're all well over 90.
Well, let's get this right. I'll pull it up.
Even if it's not, that actually bolsters the argument. Go ahead.
Right. So one of the things is people say that if I'm not vaccinated, then I'm endangering you because you are vaccinated, even though you are vaccinated. So the person that's vaccinated, if they can be a carrier of the virus, they're actually more of a danger to somebody that's not vaccinated than the person that's not vaccinated is to the vaccinated person.
Yeah, and just for the conversation, just for a sec. So COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness was 91%, and that's general across the board, across all vaccines. And then
right, but what is that like as measured by what?
That's not true, by the way.
Well, and then it's also hang on. And then with the but against the Delta variant, it dropped to 66%. Is what is the new
right?
data.
But that's the effectiveness of what percentage of people actually contract.
However they collect that data, we can get into that.
Yeah. Well, so there's the effectiveness at contracting it, and there's effectiveness at preventing serious illness once you do contract it.
Yeah, and more than
which are two different things.
Yep. So there's I have a lot of data here that we can get into if we want.
So looking at the hospitalization data, most of the people that are vaccinated are not getting hospitalized if they get COVID.
Yeah.
So
most
of the people aren't going to get hospitalized.
Yep. No one's saying
and
that
then if you do get hospitalized, you're 90% less likely to get hospitalized.
Sure. Yeah.
Given the fact that you've gotten COVID,
all of those
but
data points
you're also less
you're
likely
talking
to
about,
yeah.
all those data points
So I
you're talking
don't get
about
his
are
argument.
controlled for, right?
So there's an incongruency between the threat that one group is to the other group. So if somebody that's not
true.
vaccinated, yeah, you can't just say that's not true. You have to make an argument.
Well, I want to.
So the person that's not vaccinated, if he gets exposed to a person that's vaccinated who has contracted COVID, is just as likely to get it as he would have if he's exposed to someone that's not vaccinated. So the someone that's not vaccinated is more at risk when they're exposed to someone that's not vaccinated. Somebody that's vaccinated getting exposed to somebody else is vaccinated is the lowest risk.
Yeah.
And then somebody that's vaccinated being exposed to someone that's not vaccinated, that's lower than the other way around, but not lower than vaccinated to vaccinated.
I'm going to post this just quickly. I'm going to post in the medicine tab in the library from Yale Medicine, just comparing the COVID-19 vaccines. Is a good piece.
Yeah. So the best way to ensure that you don't get somebody else sick with COVID is not to get vaccinated. The best way to ensure is that don't go into public places and break your social distancing rules unless you're sure that you're not currently carrying the virus. So if you wanted to have a perfectly safe public venue, let's just say instead of having this dichotomy of you either have to mandate vaccines or not mandate vaccines, and one of them's evil and the other person's saying, oh, the other people are evil. Well, there's middle grounds that you could do. Like, for example, you could say, okay, you can come in here if you have a vaccine, you can come to the rock concert. And if you don't come into the rock concert, then you have to pay an extra $15 and get a rapid antigen test when you walk in the door. And then that way you're sure that everybody is either vaccinated or not carrying the virus.
Yeah, but the vaccinated people can be carrying, right?
Well, it can be, yeah.
Yeah.
But you see, since the vaccine is not strictly mandated, it's a person's choice to run that risk of going to a public place where they're coming into contact with vaccinated people. Right? So you can't say to a person that they're immoral for taking that risk on themselves. Like I can make sure that I don't have the virus when I go out into public gatherings.
Yeah, but
not require somebody else to get a vaccine.
But the problem
so
is
that I can go out without
right
putting myself at risk.
Yeah, but there's always like the risk of that unvaccinated person contracting it as they're passing someone who is vaccinated and then passing it on to another unvaccinated person, right? That's what's trying to be stopped. Like because they're going to leave that venue, right? And they're going to go home. They're going to go out to the grocery store the next day.
Yeah, but I mean, it's much more. It's very reasonable to ask people to take a rapid antigen test before they go to the venue. That guarantees that everyone that goes there doesn't have the virus.
How long does that take?
Okay, can I respond?
How long does that process take? Yeah, Nivik, we'll go to you in a second.
If you're positive, it takes about 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
You do a nasal swab, and you put 6 drops of the test liquid into a little thing. You put the swab in the little thing. There's a chromatography strip that takes about a minute or two to fill up, and after 15 minutes, it's you're guaranteed. So you would have to essentially, the process would be everyone lines up, you get your swab, you walk down to the end of the line, and by the time you're at the front of the line, your 15 minutes is up, and if you're clear, you're clear.
So that sounds doable, but when you start going to the scale of like a 30,000 person concert or sport event, it just as an event organizer in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, you're gonna have to get
it's a half-hour wait to get in anyway.
Well, yeah, like if you had people going down the line and stuff and doing that, but like the madness of crowds when you have these big these big collections of people. You have scalpers who you don't know if they're vaccinated. They don't want to get that rapid test. They're scalping. I mean, you could disallow that. But yeah, there's some other things to consider there. Nivik, go ahead.
Yeah, the people aren't the same. People that are vaccinated and people that are unvaccinated, there is an incubation phase of a viral load buildup of the coronavirus within the body at a later point where they end up getting sick. And that's about like a week or two, separate from a vaccinated person who took the vaccine and has a high, already developed an immune response to the virus.
Nivik, I don't want to get too much into the virology details of this for the context of this discussion. I kind of want to get more people's, more.
But that was his argument. He's saying they're the same. They're not
I understand
the same.
that, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go too much down that road. I want to talk more about proof of vaccination and how people feel about that. But let's go, Shay. Welcome back. What do you think about certain businesses asking for proof of vaccination? If you want to go to a concert or a sports event.
I think that they're a business and they have the right to require that if they want to, and other businesses have the right to allow anybody they want in their for their event.
And if you owned a business and you were running a concert, and you got to decide whether you would do this or not, what are you going with?
I would have to think about this a little bit longer, I would say, but before I made a decision. But my instinct is to say that I would let people have their own decision,
right? So
on what they want to do. So right. I would allow them to make their own decision.
Okay, interesting. Does anyone disagree with that? Would anyone want, if you had your own concert venue or your own production company, would you want people to be vaccinated? Nivik, I assume you would want that.
Yeah, I saw this restaurant where a guy says only
Aaron,
unvaccinated
we're getting bleed
people.
from your mic there, brother. Thanks. Go ahead, Nivik.
I saw a video where there was this guy that had a restaurant. He said only unvaccinated people are welcomed.
Only unvaccinated.
Yeah.
That's funny. He's kicking it back.
If you got
in
a
their
vaccine,
faces.
just don't tell him.
That would be funny if he had tests administered at his door. If you have that fucking vaccine in you, I don't want you in here.
Over your arm.
I would say that if I
agree with him. Let's go down
ahead,
that road.
Aaron.
If I was, especially something as big as a sporting event or a rock concert, sometimes I think We Scheme said it best when he said, sometimes you just got to say fuck people. Sometimes you do. So if you don't have the vaccine, get the fuck out. And if you have a medical reason for not having the vaccine, well, we'll tape the event for you and we'll send it to you while you're at home because you're not coming in.
And what do you think of the guy, Aaron? What do you think of the guy who says, if you do have the vaccine, you're not fucking coming in here?
Well, I certainly hope well, I'm not going to say I hope he doesn't get the coronavirus, but nonetheless.
Good luck to you.
Nivik,
exactly.
Nivik, you want him to die, don't you? I can hear it in your voice.
No, that's his.
I didn't want to say it.
He's trying to say.
Jesus
well,
Christ.
oh yeah, I'll play at that game, and I'll promote unvaccination. It's like, okay, good, like
he's a grifter.
Good work. Good luck with that. Because if you have people that have a high, number one, it mutates, and if you're around a high viral load of people of it around you, it increases your chances of getting sick. If you get a little bit of the virus, your body can overcome it. But if you get a high, like if you breathe in a high viral load of it in the air, your chances of dying goes up a lot. That's why when you're in the hospital, you have to mask up because it's high in the hospital. So good luck.
What about so there's going to be some nurses in the United States, I was reading a few things about this, that there are some nurses out there that refuse to get the vaccine, and now it looks like they're going to be there are some who still aren't going to get it, and we're going to lose some nurses in the hospitals. What do you guys think about that?
Let me answer this one first. My wife's best friend is a nurse at the Atrium Health facilities in Charlotte, and there's a whole contingent of healthcare workers at that hospital chain that all refused to get the vaccine.
So, do you think they will?
It's not just a few of them. It's like they all banded together and said, "We're not doing this."
Do you think they will get it for the the greater good of the cause so that they can keep working, or do you think they're going to stick to their guns and walk off the job or be forced out? Right.
I don't think Atrium Health is going to force them to get the vaccine.
Yeah, that seems. I think you're right about that. I'm not sure they're going to tell nurses and doctors and whoever to get the fuck out. Like, that's an interesting thing. Like, if we think of it on that level, like, what are we going to do? Like, all of a sudden have certain parts of our hospital inoperable because
well, like a large number of them already got COVID when it was early on in the pandemic, and they all they have a pretty good treatment protocol there where people aren't dying anymore from it, and so so most of them are immune one way or another. And
So,
I don't know what to say. Like, if the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting or transmitting the disease, I don't see how a nurse is a special person that needs the vaccine. It seems to me all the vaccine does now is make it so you don't have to get a COVID test.
It is interesting because of the it'll protect you up to 90% or whatever, 95, whatever we want to argue there. But like if you're in a nurse that's coming in contact with this all the time, I mean, I think it's the rational thing to do from a perspective of well-being to get the fucking vaccine. But also they might think like, well, I'm going to be coming into contact with it so much. But
it's inevitable that you're going to get it.
That's
anyway.
what they might think that. But what are they scared of with regards to the vaccine? Like, why not just get the stick and get back to work?
I mean,
go ahead, John. Let's get John Boy in.
Yeah, I think, and I'm not a medical expert, so take this with a grain of salt, but I think at various times throughout the course of history, when it comes to science and medicine, even more specifically, there's been things that we thought to be the case that later down the road we learned, were not true, or we got more detail that clarified what should or should not have happened at a point in time prior. So, if you argue that it's negligible.
But that's not proof that that's happening here, right, John?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that it is.
So that the vaccine
I'm
doesn't
not
work?
making that claim.
No, Nivik, that's not what he
no.
said.
That's
Don't straw man in this room, please.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying at all. I've shared this with you guys before in terms of like my approach philosophically on the unknown. I think that applies in certain instances. This might be one of them. I think generally vaccines have proven to be very safe over the course of history, and there's not a tremendous amount that we learn from them over time. So it's even more of an argument to say that they have negative consequences, unknown or otherwise, is probably.
Well, we've saved hundreds of millions of lives with vaccines. I don't think anyone's going to argue against that.
Maybe there's a problem with calling this a vaccine because it's not traditionally the same thing as what the other vaccines that we're accustomed to are. That most of those are dead viruses that that have been inactivated, and they all have very low rates of side effects, and they're also very unleaky. Like you get a polio vaccine, it's pretty much unheard of for someone with a polio vaccine to get polio.
Right.
And they're like in like the 4 and 5 nines effectiveness.
Yeah. The viruses are way different, right?
As opposed to one. Yeah.
Yeah, like flu virus.
I mean,
the flu vaccine has the same problem, right? Of like, the rapid mutation of the flu, and it's just like trying to keep up with that fucking thing seems impossible at times.
I'm willing to concede that because this is a vaccine that, again, doesn't actually stop you from getting coronavirus, that it is complicated, because if these nurses and hospital attendants don't want to get the vaccine, I mean, if you can still get coronavirus even if you get vaccinated, that's it. It makes it a lot harder to argue for anything. But I would say that if at some point we develop a vaccine that actually does prevent you from getting coronavirus, then the question of showing proof that you've gotten that vaccine might be a little less complicated, a bit more clear cut.
Yeah, virology essentially it tells us anything we know as far as me, armchair virologist Travis Pangburn sitting here, tells us that viruses are always going to be rapidly mutating, and you're going to have to keep updating your vaccinations. And this is why, right off the beginning, when this thing started, my thing was, ladies and gentlemen, let's get used to COVID-19, this particular coronavirus, being around us just like the flu, because it's not disappearing. It's not going away. It's going to be as common. It's going to become part of our common vernacular to say, oh, I've come down with something. Oh yeah, is it COVID or the flu or what do you got? It's like, I'm not sure. And then,
hot take, Travis Pangburn just said COVID's just like the flu.
What's that? Wait, one at a time. Doolittle first, and then
hot take. Travis Pangburn just said COVID is just like the flu.
No, it's a virus. They are both viruses.
I'm joking around here. Go ahead, Nivik.
No, I was saying a lot of the places where it's growing fast, so most of the people in the hospital are people that aren't vaccinated.
Yes.
So, like the argument of saying that like people that are vaccinated are getting it, that's not entirely true. It's mostly people that aren't vaccinated that are in the hospital.
I want to get Melting Snow in here. Melting Snow, what do you think? Okay, so most people in here agree that private businesses should be able to run their private businesses how they see fit, as long as it doesn't break the law, including, having a proof of vaccination mandate before people enter your business. But if you owned a business like a concert venue or something, would you implement this, or would you allow people to make their own decision and you wouldn't worry about who's vaccinated and who's not? And I'll put that question to Melting Snow if they're able to answer.
I think I would have a mandate, but I mean, I don't see, even if they don't have one, I don't see, I don't know if it would really affect the business, because I mean, it kind of, I feel like less people might come if there's a mandate, but it just seems like the right thing to do. I don't know if money wise it makes sense though.
Yeah.
What if you had an alternative to keep people safe at your venue, such as, and maybe not
an unvaccinated section, dude. The unvaccinated sit over there.
Yeah, you could have an unvaccinated section, or you could have, instead of mandating vaccines, you could mandate, let's just say, a negative PCR test within 48 hours of showing up to the venue.
That's what I'm for.
That's what we do for stuff like contractors coming into big contractor, maintenance events and stuff like that. Like, why not just mandate a negative PCR test prior to the?
That is what the Netherlands does right now. There is a slight problem. First of all, the 48 hours isn't completely reliable, which ended up in a nightclub spreading the disease like wildfire. I believe 800 attended and 350 people in the end got tested positive afterwards because one person went in positive, even though he took the PCR test beforehand. So it isn't really waterproof, just as the vaccination isn't as well. So neither are a solid solution.
Well, I mean, but you want to lessen your chances of getting COVID-19, right?
Yes.
Right.
I pointed out the false equivalence where most people in hospital are unvaccinated.
Yeah.
But people are saying, yeah, well, vaccinated do get
And
it
they're
too. But if
still
you look at the
alive.
comparison, if you look at the
And they're most
comparison,
likely going to be alive in the future.
you
And
look
they're
at the
most likely going
comparisons.
to
Most of the
continue to live
people
for the rest of their lives
who are
without issue.
unvaccinated, that
Nivik, let Bruce go, and then we'll get you.
These people are still alive. They will continue to be alive for the near future. They will continue to be alive and live healthy lives in the near future with no consequences. And even if there were, they are minimal. They will still continue to get in a vehicle where they are likely to die. They will continue to go to South Chicago and possibly get shot. This will happen. This is life.
Look, Bruce.
Yeah, well, many people died. What do you mean?
Hang on,
Many people die
Bruce,
from everything.
Bruce is right
Everybody
about
dies.
almost everyone who's going to come in contact with COVID-19, right?
Yep. What about it?
That's all Bruce is saying. He's right. He's
Yeah.
right about
Everyone
that.
comes in contact. It's a waste of time. This is an absolute disaster to the economy. If you want to do anything, open up, reduce regulations across borders in the United States for medical regulations, allow people to open private practice, treat everyone. There is a cash to be made for vaccinating, treating, giving beds, hospitalization of all of these people. If this disease is indeed that bad, I have a cottage industry to create tomorrow. If they would release and reduce the restrictions it takes to spin up a business, then I can start treating swaths of people for little money tomorrow. If they actually cared, that would happen. Because here's why. They already did this when they allowed doctors to practice across borders. They reduced the restrictions, stop all of the red tape around business and creation, and let people practice medicine. So if they would continue that, we would no longer need these draconian measures. The market would provide, and people would continue to work, and we'd have more jobs created. So this is a lie. And people just want to feel good because they're afraid of death, yet they also don't like the idea of yielding power to the market instead of the government because everyone's afraid that their daddy won't take care of them when they actually have to do something.
All right, let's get some responses. Hang on.
A lot of things were done.
Nivik, you go first, but make sure you respond to what Bruce said. I want to get some responses.
A lot of things were done in response of trying to prevent death, and many people have died regardless. Where if nothing was done, it would have been way worse in many
Did
more
I say
deaths.
nothing should be done? Who are you talking to?
Yeah,
Not
he
me.
didn't say that.
You're not talking to me. Who are you talking to? Is there someone on your shoulder telling you not to do something? Because that's not what I said. So who are you responding to?
I'm talking about like you're saying about like, hey, people die. Like, what is your argument? But
That's not what I said at all. You don't even know my position. This is your problem.
Yeah, Bruce.
Listen better next time.
You should calm down, Bruce.
Oh, okay. Well.
Just try to clarify your position and then
The position is
ask him if he
simple.
understands.
The position is simple. Reduce regulation, allow people to practice medicine, and open businesses and treat individuals, and this would be over without a hit to the economy. Okay? If beds are the issue, if hospitalization is the issue, allow hospitals, medical facilities, and individuals to be treated. Stop politicizing the medical treatment. Ivermectin works. Let's stop being stupid, okay? It's a treatment plan that works well, okay? This is political, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
You're giving off
right,
an
hang on.
impression that people would have died regardless.
1 sec, Nivik. We'll get you after this. I just want to say, everyone, I will moderate. It's all good. I got this handled. Nivik, go ahead.
No, he's giving off an impression that people would die regardless, that they'd be okay. And
Who said that? What are you talking about?
No, you can't interrupt me. Let me finish. And regardless, I'm going to finish.
I said that.
So regardless of people reacting to this, people die from many other things. So don't worry about it. And where a strong response was made, and people.
Yeah, Nivik, I didn't hear Bruce say don't worry about
people
it.
died regardless of
He was,
if a strong response would have made, many more people would have died.
Okay, thanks, Nivik. Let's go to Bunny. You were trying to get in there.
So, from the Netherlands point of view, we already opened up. It failed horribly in the sense that the hospitals couldn't handle the amount of people getting in, and it didn't result in COVID deaths. The problem is that people who needed to be treated for different diseases like cancer,
Yes, that's exactly my point.
They will die because the beds aren't available.
This is exactly my point.
So it isn't COVID that is killing people.
That's correct.
It's killing the people who do not have COVID but need treatment.
Hang on. COVID is killing people. You agree with that, right, Bunny?
Wait a second. No, I don't agree with those numbers at all.
Not in the amount.
No, it's not killing people.
That's a different discussion.
Nivik,
It is killing.
I'm
It is
watching
killing
you.
people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It
Go
is
ahead,
killing
Bunny.
people, but it's killing more people who do not have COVID.
Yes, that's my point exactly from the beginning.
That's-
If
I
you
would
actually
agree that
cared
COVID
about
was
lives.
killing people.
So look,
If you
yeah, the
actually
indirect
cared about lives, you would do something around giving them treatment
So
immediately.
the
Now-
indirect effects of like lockdown are serious, and they do result in deaths. Now, some of you are claiming that it's more. Can you guys provide some like a study or anything or data just so we can post it somewhere so we can look at it
I can only provide you in Dutch, so
in Dutch?
That's fine.
You can use Google Translate.
The principle remains.
I will try and look it up. But
the principle remains.
So you're saying
We
that
gotta
the
get
pilot.
hot. Sorry,
pilot
Nivik. I want to get hot take Aaron in first. Aaron unmuted. I got to get hot take Aaron.
I mean, my hot take is I can totally see. My initial response to Bruce would have been, so why the hell do we have seatbelts? But then I actually took a second to think about it. I can understand. The one thing that we're all going to have to keep in mind when it comes to anything is that you can't save everybody. Some people are unfortunately going to die. And it's this strange dynamic where we clearly live, especially in America, in a society where it seems to be the prevailing ideas we want people to live. But on the other hand, people are dying every day of something, and you don't see those same people being all broken up about it. So trying to strike a balance between, do we force everybody inside, which absolutely does have negative effects, or how do we find a way to lessen the impact of this in particular?
Exactly what I'm talking about. Lessening the impact means enabling and empowering institutions to create businesses that support people.
That's what they're there for.
Yeah, you
It's a
do one or
delicate
two
balance,
things.
I agree.
You either want to do things. You either allow the market individuals to create businesses that will support, treat, and otherwise care for those with the overflow of hospitals so they don't get inundated, or you invest in slow-moving, expensive government programs to do that. But both aren't being done. The third option is telling everyone to listen to the government's mandates and take pharmacology, or pharmaceuticals rather, and virologists' word and continue to cower and hide. See, this is why individuals are not taking the vaccine, because there's no end to this. You see, the way that we've currently set this up in the United States, there is no end to this scenario in the current state. So it's just, it's virus come, lockdown virus, go back out. Virus come, lockdown virus, go back out, and hopefully we get a vaccine to do that, as opposed to allowing the market or even government institutions, if you wish to go that route, which I would argue against it, but even so, to support these pieces of infrastructure. And so if you have cars on the road and you need infrastructure, build the infrastructure. You got people that are sick, build the infrastructure, not vaccinate and make people sit in their homes and then pretend that masks do anything when everyone's wearing them on their chin in the Walmart checkout.
All right, I want to get Shay in. Shay, do you have anything? Yeah, Nivik, we'll get you in a minute. I want to pass it on here.
I'm enjoying the conversation. I don't really know a whole lot about this topic.
Okay.
Just a broad overview, but I'm learning a lot.
Oh, okay,
so I'm
cool.
just listening.
Nice. Cutter, I want to get you in again. Cutter, do you have anything to add here? I'm going to open it up in just a second here, and we'll just let it flow. But
Well, regardless of everybody's stance on vaccine or no vaccine, I think that it still comes down to the individual choice and whether or not we want to go down the road of mandates and compulsion. And the libertarian in me says no to that. People are free to choose how they want to conduct their lives. As long as it doesn't injure anyone else, the whole you're going to injure me if you're not, I think is still open for debate, because this is not how vaccines work and immunology works. And I was in the livestock industry.
I'll get back to you
for most of my years, so I kind of have some idea of what herd immunity looks like and how vaccines operate and how diseases transmit through herds. So, but just to say, look, we're going to compel everyone to do something just because we think that's a good idea. That's the camel's nose under the tent, and those kinds of things never end well.
Well, and I think it's important also to outline what Bruce was saying, like what is the end game plan? Because we know from other trying to vaccinate other viruses that it's going to continue to mutate and be around, right? Especially one, and COVID-19 has been proven to be deadlier than influenza, right? So
slightly, but even so, it's still not. It doesn't. This is why people are hesitant to. It's not that they don't want to get vaccines necessarily. It's not that they don't necessarily want to be pricked with a needle twice or even 3 times, because most of these people have been vaccinated as a child or for other scenarios.
Right.
It's because this has a terrible precedent. This has terrible management all across the board. And so because, like you're saying, this is here to stay, or viruses are just the nature of being, the fact that it's being treated in this way makes it so we're not going to stand back and allow it to be managed so poorly and then just go along with it. So you're not going to just go along with ineptitude or go along with platitudes, because right now the current vaccine is treating last variant, not this variant. I mean, it is somewhat effective in boosting an individual's immune system, but there are many other things that do that as well. So the precedent that's being set is not something that people would like to see continue. And that's why you'll have people not doing this.
So I want to read something just on the shortage of ICU beds that Bunny posted.
There's something to be said about that too.
And he tagged. The
ICU beds, hospitals are incentivized to keep ICU beds full or mostly full. For this has been the case for a very long time. It's how they make money. It's how they continue to. So the idea that they are full and reported on their fullness is a very new phenomenon to be reporting on the ICU bed full. That's always been the case.
Yeah. And I just wanted to read this piece of data. This is from healthmanagement.org. So it states here, and we can cross-reference this if we want to. Shortage of ICU beds leads to patient deaths. A lacking supply of ICU beds is leading to preventable deaths, according to a study from France. Dr. René Robert of Hôpital Jean Bernard in Poitiers, France, and colleagues found that out of 1,332 patients referred to ICUs in those hospitals over a 3-month period, almost 15% were turned away, at least temporarily, because there were no beds available. They also concluded that those patients that got turned away often had a higher risk of dying than patients who got into the ICU right away. Overall, 33% of patients who got turned away died within the next 60 days, versus 27% of patients admitted to the ICU immediately. Okay, so there's a 6% discrepancy there. Part of the problem is that there is also a shortage of regular ward beds in many hospitals, suggested the scientists. Okay, that was just a little.
Yeah, it doesn't allow like these sorts of regulatory industries don't allow demand to actually dictate what businesses or beds are created. So like as a result, you have this scarcity of hospitals, right? So you don't have any sort of way of scaling this up without going through measures like we've gone through. There's no way to create new businesses that would support individuals without massive problems.
I want to read John J. Parker's thing first, and then we'll get whoever was trying to come in there. John writes at thewarofideas.org. You guys should check out his articles. He's got a lot of hot takes on things. His most recent one was on porn and its influence on people. It's an opinion piece. He says, this is overstepping. Government should not have the authority to hold one's social life hostage for the price of a certain medical treatment. Mandating private businesses do this is also a massive overstep in terms of the right of business owners. So it seems like he would be on the side of, if he owned a business, he would not be mandating this.
Yeah, I mean, if I own... Go ahead, Doolittle, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and I agree with him entirely. Like the government saying that you're not allowed to open a business that caters to people that are not vaccinated that's ridiculous.
Well, not even that. The government stating that you're not allowed to open businesses to treat COVID is wrong.
I do have
massive amounts of regulatory red tape to get that off the ground. The market currently has a need, and it's not allowing anyone to meet that demand.
Right. So if I wanted to open a special COVID care center in downtown Charlotte, and just if you come to my COVID care center, you'll get IV, vitamin C, vitamin D, whatever the other treatment is, the
Let's say this virus is here now, right?
And you just come to my clinic to get treatment for COVID. Everyone that works there knows that you're a risk. It prevents you from spreading COVID to a random person in the hospital that's there for something different. Like clearly, it would make a lot of sense to have COVID clinics in every city.
Right. And also, so let's say you owned a trampoline place, right? Nobody wants to come tramp anymore, right? Nobody wants to jump around anymore because they're afraid of possibly contracting a virus that's pretty communicable. Well, now your place is easily transitioned into a COVID care unit, and so you can turn that into a place that would be well served, and this sort of issue would be not a problem. But because of the way that we currently have our regulation, there's gatekeepers across the board for the quote-unquote safety of the public, which is a lie. Now you have a massive shortage, and the only solution are draconian lockdowns or ridiculous measures of show your papers based on a largely ineffective vaccine.
But do we?
That's exactly right. And to the point about the bed shortage, it's not just that there aren't beds. It's that you don't get to claim you have an available bed unless you have people to staff that bed. And so if you don't have enough staff, you don't get to claim that bed as being available.
Yeah,
a lot of these shortages are due to staffing issues.
Yeah.
This whole
vaccine thing is short-term thinking, just like everyone always does. It's very short-sighted. It's extremely reactionary, and everyone is been worked up into a frenzy because of horrible politics.
Yep, exactly.
Imagine.
So people coming in put pressure on the staff.
People coming onto what?
People coming into with COVID put pressure on the staff.
People coming into what COVID?
People coming in with COVID put pressure on the staff.
Of what?
It's limited. He said something about not enough staff.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, I'm not.
Right. The hospitals are not fully staffed. They have beds that are empty, but they don't get to claim that as an available bed unless they have enough people to staff that bed.
And the reason they don't have enough people to staff that bed is
people coming in with COVID.
No, because of the difficulty it is to even get staff, because of the difficulty it is to become staff.
Yeah, there's a support problem with the medical.
Exactly. And there were a lot of hospitals here in my state. Because nobody was coming in for treatment for anything else, and so all of those providers were laying off staff because they weren't able to handle. They weren't able to stay open and be fully staffed.
Right. So if you're a specialized phlebotomist, then we don't need you right now. You're not going to be around. See ya.
Yep.
There's no need for you to be around. We need RNs specifically. There should be rapid programs to get people their basic certifications to take temperatures, put thermometers in people's assholes, and give them shots. That should take 10 minutes to teach you that. It would take you a week of training if you could read.
Well, yeah, it's a 6-month school in America.
It's ridiculous.
To be a certified nurse assistant, which basically gives you the ability to lift up old people that can't stand up themselves and give them showers and take people's temperatures and blood pressure.
Yeah, and you tell me you can't teach that to someone that's capable in 3 weeks or less? You can.
All right, I got to respond to this idea that the vaccine is short-term thinking. What?
Yeah, obviously. It's short-term thinking because it's ineffective for the current variant already.
Yeah, you already need booster shots.
It's actually long-term thinking. It's not short-term.
Exactly.
Long-term is a year to you, then yeah.
Had it not been for the fact that so many people refused to get the damn vaccine, we wouldn't have even had this problem to begin with. As a matter of fact, you could go a step further. Some studies have shown that if everybody had just worn a damn mask, we wouldn't have even had to shut down the economy.
Viral load mutation and buildup in hospital is a prediction.
Like
viral load buildup in mutation. Viral load buildup in mutation and hospital beds backing up and people dying is a prediction. It's not short term.
Again, you can't save everybody. We know that, and that's never going to change.
Yeah, people die. We get it.
We are going to always have. We're going to have cases where people die of things. Obviously,
old people died, and you quarantine the sick, right? So old people should, as always, either take the risk or they stay home. This is the case with the flu season generally.
Well, yeah, I don't agree. I don't disagree with that.
Goes. I mean, not to shut the economy down for it. You know, not to make these measures for this scenario. You know what I mean?
Here's the problem with quarantining the sick. I 100% agree with quarantining the sick. The problem with coronavirus is you don't know who's sick. That's the problem. It's like the zombie apocalypse. Are you a zombie? That's kind of what we're dealing with.
I'm not sure that's real. There's just as many studies out there that say that if you don't have any symptoms, the problem is that people are self-reporting their symptoms. So, you know, I work in this industry where we have to have all kinds of people come in to critical infrastructure facilities to do work, and you ask them if they have any symptoms. They fill out a paper. Everybody just pencil whips the paperwork, and every time we have a major event, there's one or two people that they say they don't have symptoms, and then they get they come in the door and they're like, and you're like, okay, you're watching them fill out the paperwork. No, do you have a cough? Do you have a fever? And they check no. And they cough and sneeze 6 times while they're in the room filling out the paperwork that says they haven't coughed. And they've got a fever of 102, and you're like, dude, you're not very good at detecting your own symptoms. And all these studies have shown that if you don't have symptoms from COVID, it's a lot harder to spread it. It's almost impossible to spread it. Asymptomatic spread isn't the thing. The thing is that people just can't identify their own symptoms. So if you just put a third party in there measuring someone's symptoms, then you can screen out people that are COVID contagious. Mm-hmm. You don't have to make everybody get a vaccine to stop the spread of the virus. You don't have to make healthy people stay home. You just have to have a better system of detecting who's healthy. And in China, what they do is they just take everyone's temperature, and if you have a fever, then you can't do anything.
Can't there be potential of mislabeling a person
taken everywhere you go?
Could there be potential of mislabeling a person that does have COVID that they don't have COVID as well? Yes, I mean, it goes both ways.
Positive happens. Yes.
You can say a person say, well, they're saying a lot of people that have COVID, they don't really have COVID, but there are people that have COVID who are acknowledged in not having COVID. There could be people that potentially have died from COVID who say that they haven't died from COVID. They died from something else.
Well, it's definitely far skewed the other way in America. In other countries, maybe not. But in America, everyone that dies gets screened for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hilarious how political correctness is actually manifested in a physical problem now. Like this is it's beyond an idea war. It's actually
Trump politicized the virus.
Oh, Trump did. Oh, it's all Trump. Let's go back again to Trump. Continue. Oh, everyone did.
That was a bad
Trump. It doesn't mean the others should do it too.
No, it doesn't matter who did what. The response now is terrible. It was terrible then. It's ridiculous. This is what I'm talking about. This is the politicization to try and create some sort of chasm of Trumpers and un-Trumpers. And so if an individual who's voted Democrat their entire life decides not to get a vaccine because they don't like it, you're gonna lump those in with Trumpers, and now you've created yet another political divide, and no progress is made. It's a waste of time.
I agree. That part I agree with. But
a lot of people
I know you don't want to hear this, Bruce, but unfortunately, a lot of the people who are coming down with COVID are in red states.
Yeah,
I know you don't want to hear that.
Check it out, though. They're in red states. They're coming down with COVID. They're surviving because that's a 99% survival rate, and they're free. So I think it's okay. You see, it's okay.
That's fine.
It's okay for people to stand in their principles and maybe die or maybe not, and that
Wait
should be
a minute.
celebrated. It should be celebrated for people to stay on their principle. That in its own, on itself, should be celebrated. The idea of kowtowing to some sort of ridiculous idea of keeping people alive for the sake of it. Yet somebody who stands by their principles and decides to take the risk, and the rest of their family also does, and everyone in their community also does, and everyone in their immediate county does, and that's not championed or in any way is the problem here in this political divide.
Aren't they? I thought people in hospital beds affect other people that have other illnesses.
Don't know this. You think these people?
We're not talking
about
about somebody who shoots up heroin. We're not talking about someone who shoots up heroin. If you want to shoot up heroin, shoot up fucking heroin. This is the equivalent of someone not wearing a seatbelt who's also speeding on the interstate. Like, you're not just a risk to yourself at that point. So that argument.
So if they'll be okay, then don't go to the hospital. Then don't go to the hospital. Then if they'll be okay.
Well, exactly that. Don't use other people's time.
Like walk the talk. You know what I mean? You're affecting other people that are sick in the hospital that we established earlier. We're saying that we concluded that people that are mostly being affected and dying are by people coming in with COVID that they just don't have enough staff. They don't come in with COVID, and leave people that have other illnesses alone and not be affected by shortages of staff.
But this doesn't make any sense because the vaccination doesn't change anything. It doesn't change enough.
I'm just saying, walk the talk. I'm just saying, walk the talk.
I am walking the talk, and the vaccination isn't going to stop this problem.
I'm okay with people.
So where are you anyway?
I'm okay with people being like, if you want to be to yourself.
You're not answering the question. You're telling people to get vaccinated, and it doesn't actually do enough, and people are still in the hospital.
That are mostly
unvaccinated. Vaccinated or unvaccinated, people are still transmitting the disease. There will be people that cannot.
It doesn't do enough to make you. It doesn't do. It doesn't do enough to make you feel safe. It doesn't do. Getting vaccinated doesn't do enough to make you feel safe around someone that's not vaccinated.
On the viral load.
You're proving the point with your own behavior. The vaccine doesn't do enough to make you feel safe around people that are unvaccinated.
People want their cake and eat it too. It's like, if you want them not to get vaccine, fine. Then keep in your bed and drop dead in your bed. You get what I'm saying? And stay to your. And it's kind of like people want their cake and eat it too. It's like, okay, well, if that's what you want, then okay, I'll agree with you. But you got to deal with the consequences of it. But then again, if you don't want to deal with the consequences, then shut up about it. Don't go to the hospital. You know, it's like, I don't want companies.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say that you can't hire a doctor to provide.
If a company kicks you out, then deal with it.
Nivik, let other people respond.
Well, I wasn't finished. He was cutting me.
Okay, you were going on for a bit there. Did you have a note to finish on, and then we'll get Doolittle?
No, I'm just saying, if companies kick you out, deal with it.
Okay. Doolittle,
I'm okay with that. I'm just not okay with the suggestion that people that are not vaccinated should not be allowed to go to the hospital if they get sick. If you get sick, then you have a right to contract another individual to provide you with personal services to help you get healthy. If the hospital says you need a vaccine to come in the hospital, maybe that's a different story. But they're not. That would be a little bit bizarre. But like you should be able to. If you're sick, you should be able to go to the hospital. Hospitals have all kinds of systems to precautionarily separate people that are contagious from people that are not contagious. If a hospital is not doing a good job of that, that's on the hospital. That's not on the person that got sick.
I think
people absolutely need the right to seek medical care.
Okay, so you want to have things your way and not.
No, I don't know what you mean. I want to have things my way. I'm vaccinated, so I'm arguing for people.
No, I'm not talking about you
that are not vaccinated.
I look at this a little bit like my perspective that I used to have on Medicare for All. Kind of going to Nivik's point, that I don't like the idea of my tax dollars paying for people who drink and drive and get into accidents. I don't like the idea that part of my tax dollars goes towards caring for those, because while it is absolutely true that you can't save everybody, it's also true that there are, I'm not going to say this definitively. I would have once upon a time, but I'm not going to say this definitively. But what I will say is that there are absolutely arguments to be made that some people just aren't worth saving. And when it comes to something like coronavirus and the idea of forcing people to prove that they've taken the vaccine before they're allowed to intermingle with other people, again, it's a balancing act between how do we ensure people's safety without stepping on their personal choices, knowing that we are dealing with a vaccine that isn't actually going to stop anybody from catching coronavirus, even though the majority of the people who are in hospitals are unvaccinated. Whereas there are probably plenty of people who are vaccinated who've gotten coronavirus and didn't even notice. But at the same time, I go back to, we're not dealing with someone who chooses to take up hard drugs. If you're not hurting anybody else, and your freedom to make your choices isn't infringing on anybody else.
Yeah, actually, this is an argument that's made.
Stop?
This is actually an argument made for people that are anti-drugs across the board.
Exactly. But right now, I personally believe in personal freedom as long as your freedom doesn't infringe on other people's freedom. Now, obviously, that is an incredibly tangled web. It's not easy. It's very complex. I get it. I just feel like when it comes to something like coronavirus, if you are making the choice to not only not wear a mask, because that's the other part we haven't talked about. I mean, we're talking about proof of vaccination. Well, if you don't want to do proof of vaccination, make people wear goddamn masks. Simple. But if you don't want to do either one of those things, it's not just that you're increasing your risk of catching coronavirus. You're increasing the chance of spreading it to other people. And if we're going to go with the narrative that the vaccine doesn't actually stop you from getting coronavirus, well, to me, that would be all the more reason.
Good point.
To say,
yeah,
if you don't want to do it, if you don't want to get the vaccine, that's fine. Stay the fuck away from everybody else who actually cares about not getting other people sick.
Masks are largely ineffective due to the problems
that's not true, Bruce. Don't start spreading these lies.
They are largely ineffective.
That's not true.
Masks are largely ineffective because they aren't worn properly by individuals.
Okay, like,
that's any of these places. Well, unless you're going to go to people and shove things on them that keep them strapped to a mask, the mandate's ridiculous. Okay, just because you have a mask or a piece of paper floating around on your face isn't doing anything. So you can feel good about that, but you're still going to get cases. And in all of these cities where cases continued,
you're right.
These cities where cases continued. This is the same thing with a fucking gun-free zone. Okay, all the gun-free zones, people get shot in. All the places people get shot, gun-free zones. People are asking for mandated masks, people still getting sick in. They ask for people getting sick, put on a mask, still getting sick. Okay, the same problem. Okay, so the mandates aren't effective, and all they do is create precedent for people to continue down a terrible slide of ridiculous measures.
Well, I would say that from a purely this is the part of the conversation I was going to try to avoid, but I'm glad I wasn't the one to say it. You can mandate whatever the fuck you want. It all goes back to when I said you can't save everybody. Some people are just going to say fuck you to the system.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that maybe we can try to minimize how many of those people affect others. That's all I'm after.
People can stay home. The people that are afraid of getting sick can stay home. Same argument.
I don't know if it's that simple, but sure.
It's neither one of them are simple, but it cuts both ways. You don't want to get sick, don't go out. You don't want people to get sick from you, don't go out. They're both situations.
Yeah,
so we both accept the risk, and we say, hey, man, it's going to be difficult, but, we're living as opposed to barely living.
The problem
hanging out on Pornhub and eating Cheetos.
The problem is that the virus mutates when in people that are sick, and that's the whole problem of the part of the vaccination of course it's unavoidable, but the more virus, the more mutation. It's evolution. It evolves faster with more people being sick. So you get least people sick as possible to drive down
as viruses evolve, they tend
the mutation
to
of it.
Power as well, by the way.
The interesting thing is, however, if it indeed does not only evolve slower when everyone is vaccinated, hypothetically, theoretically, but
It's not hypothetically; it's true.
yeah, but if everyone is vaccinated, what is interesting is that 66% isn't actually exactly 66%. So if person A gets COVID, there's a 66% that person B gets it.
Yep.
Now then, if person B gets it, then there is another 66% that person C gets it. So that 66% from person B to C is already 66% of that 66%. So at some point, the chance is so minor that the COVID or virus in general just basically dies out because it can't spread anymore. Which people are using as a claim that but it's only 66%, so it doesn't do enough. No, it's 66% on the first person. So the further you go, the lesser the chance is that you actually spread it.
Yeah, the lower the viral load, the least it's least likely. It's just odds. The least likely it would spread, the least likely it can mutate. We know it will do that anyway, but it's just a slowing down of that process.
And which is interesting to me because right now they are testing a new sort of vaccination, which isn't your typical shot, but actually a tablet. Like you just like can buy a tablet at the supermarket or anywhere else.
I'll tell you, something else that's
and that would hopefully change the view on vaccinations as well for the people who do it from a religious standpoint, refuse for a religious standpoint.
Well, something else that's interesting is the like for testing, for instance, is largely unmonitored. So you can take your test when you go to a drive-through test. You could shove it in anyone's nose. Nobody's paying attention. It's not about keeping people necessarily safe because they're not actually going through the measures they should take to ensure that this is accurate. It's just about compliance, DNA gathering or otherwise. I don't know what they're doing with it, but the fact that it's not being administered in any way that's actually validating that people are doing the correct thing when they do their self-test. You sit in the car, you can shove the swab in anyone's nose. It's ridiculous. It's just theater.
I'll all right, that's a bit of a ridiculous statement, but whatever. I'll put it to you like this. Think of proof of vaccination think of it in terms of something like proof of insurance. Say car insurance. If you get pulled over, you've not only got to show your license and your registration, but you've got to show proof of insurance.
Yeah, people try to fight that some places, and some states don't require it, by the way.
I'm not a big fan of proof of insurance either.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not either.
Well, what's the point of even having insurance? Let's talk about. Well, I'm not talking about that kind of insurance. I'm talking about car insurance.
Yeah.
What's the point of car insurance?
It gives people somewhat peace of mind to feel good that they might not be have their car not paid for when they're on the road if somebody hits them.
Well,
the reason why Bruce, why it's.
I looked at it as car insurance is a way for. Okay. I looked at car insurance as it's a way to ensure that if you get into an accident, that someone can afford to pay for all the damages to the vehicle that you got into the accident with, since it's pretty much assumed that you can't. So to me, insurance is less about protecting you in the case of an accident, because I've heard stories of people who have gotten into accidents that weren't even their fault and their insurance rate still went up. So to me,
it's going to
insurance is more about protecting other people than it is about necessarily protecting you.
Depends on which kind of insurance
I think
you
if
get.
you looked at the proof of vaccination.
Yeah. So it's
the
there's
requirements. Yeah, the liability.
The argument.
That's what whole conversation is about. It's about other people.
Yeah, the argument against it is that it's a socialization of costs.
Right. It ruins the market totally.
So if you are a bad driver, you can continue to buy insurance and you can continue to get in accidents. if the costs were privatized and individualized at the people that actually committed the acts, someone would be a lot more hesitant to be a drunk driver or to not educate themselves on how to drive safely if they knew that maybe there was $100,000 of liability on the line if they got in an accident. And it disincentivizes car companies to do things like make safety features like anti-collision devices that have been absolutely technically feasible for the last 2 decades. To have radars on cars that keep you from getting in accidents and self-driving features that are we've had cars self-driving, drones self-driving, planes that can land themselves on aircraft carriers for 20 years now. Yeah. And the socialization of the costs of accidents has disincentivized car companies from actually implementing those kinds of features. Because there's no one person that has that big of a risk that it's worth it to them to say, well, I'm going to pay an extra $10,000 for a car because this car prevents me from crashing.
Mm-hmm. You know what? You've made nothing but good points. Forget I said anything.
Yeah. But
that's just one argument though. But also on a personal, the other side of that is on a personal individual level. You want people to have access to driving cars. In America, it's like it's our right to have our car, right? You can't live a normal life in America without having your own car. And we want people to have access to that. Yeah, but without insurance, we couldn't be sure that the guy driving down the road next to us is going to pay for his accidents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
at least the liability side, yeah.
But with privatization, there can be an incentive of wanting to make profit, of seeing that as a in seeing things as a benefit to get money. I mean, that's the whole point, right? They want to make money. So whatever they can do to have that type of I get that people wouldn't want to lose money, but I mean, like, whatever approach that could help to make money is what would be taken. I get that a person wouldn't want to get into. They'll have a disincentive of not wanting to get into a car crash, but it goes in the opposite direction.
Yeah, insurance companies aren't tremendously profitable organizations for the most part.
What?
Have you seen that?
What are you talking about?
I mean, I think you'll find more profit incentives out in like the pharmaceutical area than you will in the companies that are doing car insurance.
Their incentive isn't about. They want to profit off of people's sicknesses, and that being an incentive. I get that people want to be sick, but I mean, if you have a profit motive,
I mean, the profit margins of these insurance, they're not high, man. I don't know what
they're not in your
for instance, like I think they're definitely not. I think I saw a stat on an Allstate was like 6% profit.
I think
that's a 94% actuarial value. Between 90 to 95% actuarial value. But the insurance company is not taking any risk. The insurance company is not taking any risk, though. They have massive portfolios. They collect. They continuously collect premiums. They invest 2 years worth of premiums, and they have reinsurance. They have no risk, and they have massive amounts of other people's money to invest.
Okay, if I may, before we get too far away from it, I brought up insurance to say that when it comes to something like a vaccine mandate, especially for something like a concert or a sporting event, I feel like they should be looked at as less of trying to prevent Because sometimes you just got to shake people into their humanity. You've got to force people to care about each other. And unfortunately, at this point in human civilization,
man. That's a straw man. To think that people don't, the people that think that are anti-draconian measures or anti-lockdowns or anti-force.
Well, just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's bad, Bruce. I know you don't like it, you're adamantly against it, but that doesn't make it any less of people trying to make people care about each other.
You straw man the position by stating that somebody doesn't care about another. You said they don't have humanity. You said they don't have humanity. You force them into their humanity. That is exactly what you said.
That's not what I said.
You have to shake someone into their humanity.
How about let's let
shake someone into their humanity
would
mean they don't care about another person because they're not getting a vaccine by force.
Aaron,
if you would have let me finish, you would have seen where I was going with
all right, that. Aaron, you restate
the
your
statement
position.
Itself was all that was needed.
So you look at the vaccine, proof of vaccine as a way of saying, look, if you want to exercise your freedom to not get the vaccine, that is totally fine. But you're not the only one who's going to be here. And what we are going to do as a responsible body is we're going to ensure that your exercising your freedom doesn't infringe on anybody else's freedom to not get sick. So if it's not a way to necessarily force people to care about each other, it's a way of maybe minimizing the damages of most people being mostly self-interested, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's just kind of how we are as a species. It makes sense. But if we're dealing with more than one person, I look at vaccine mandates. It's like, Bruce, calm down. I look at vaccine, proof of vaccine as another way of saying, look, you don't have to get it, but we're not going to let you get someone else. Because I think that's what more of this is about.
Aaron, you should have used road rules like seatbelts and speed limit, and not hurting other people when you're on the road. Yeah.
We're just gonna
it's not going. The seatbelt drives an incentive, for you to not speed because you're thinking, well, if I crash, I could die not wearing the seatbelt, and it might. Anyways, yeah. That's the whole point of you not of disobeying the law on the road that could cause any regulation being passed that could affect others, and just like it doesn't mean people don't die.
The argument that placing people into a category that they are insensitive, inhumane.
We still have regulations.
Is Nivik still there?
Hang on.
You're breaking up like crazy, Nivik.
Here, let
somebody's.
Here, Nivik, did
Well,
you
I
have
wasn't
something to
finished,
finish? Nivik?
Yeah, you're not finished because you're breaking up.
No. Somebody interrupted me in the phone. My phone just called.
Okay, all right. Why don't you fix your technical problems before you engage?
Nivik, finish, and then Bruce can go.
Yeah, I was just saying, people die. I get it. People die anyway, but I mean, we still have rules to against that would to try to mitigate against that from happening in rules on the road of speed limit and people wearing seatbelts. Okay.
So if you want to draw a parallel with driving cars, I think there might be a useful solution that the free market could provide. Going into terms of
before going into that, Doolittle.
What?
Yeah.
What needs to be addressed is the idea that an individual is acting in some manner that is selfish, bad faith, uncaring, disingenuous, inhumane. That's not the case. So in order to have productive conversations, we can't tell, or not just today, but generally, people that are arguing for something down the road or for people to maintain their sovereignty as free individuals in some way, people that are arguing to maintain a person's pursuit of happiness without infringement is not a person that's uncaring or does not want the best interest of others. That's an unfair comparison, and an unfair way of approaching an individual who's actually trying to come up with solutions that don't have large consequences. So that's all I'm trying to say here is you can't continue to say these people over here do not care. That's not, it's insane, because if they didn't, they'd be apathetic and they wouldn't be talking and engaging. Go ahead, Doolittle.
I suppose okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we could have free market solutions in the realm of insurance that absolutely take care of the costs of realm of insurance, the perceived cost, right? That absolutely. I'm getting a lot of echo. It's hard
someone's
to talk.
got some.
So, like for example, the health insurance could come up with a specific product. A health insurance company could come up with different products that you either have COVID insurance or you don't. And if you have no, if you decide not to get COVID insurance, then the hospital doctors or whatever are not going to be paid by your insurance company for whatever consequences of your COVID infection.
Yeah. Also, for the seatbelt thing. So currently, if someone's not wearing a seatbelt, right, and they drive down the road now, and they fly out of the car and hit somebody and hurt somebody else, there's no measure that could be taken to prevent that individual from not putting on their seatbelt without massive violation of freedoms or individual rights in some way. Because what you're stating, the idea is that, like, we must have everyone put on these seatbelts, otherwise they cannot do A through Z. So in order for that to occur, you would have to institute massive amounts of technological and or personal invasions of privacy, or otherwise autonomous individuals wouldn't be able to do what they need to do without these sort of checks and largely inefficient ways of being, right? So just imagine if you had to enforce and otherwise require seatbelt to be worn for every driver on the road, right? How would you do that? You can make a law. You can pull them over if you find out. The police would have, but you can't do it ahead. Now, the vaccine is like someone getting into your car when you get out, when you get in, like someone being there in your car when you get in the car in the garage, and they say, put that seatbelt on right now. And then they also stay with you the entire time and make sure that's on so that you don't fly out of the car and hit somebody. That's the equivalent, and that doesn't occur.
Yeah, but but the free market. Anyway, the free market. Let me finish my free market idea here. So it's entirely possible, and I don't know why it hasn't happened yet. But insurance companies could pool together the COVID risk of all of the COVID cases in the U.S., right, or in your state, or in there, or in some giant service area, and everyone buys COVID insurance or doesn't. And if you don't buy COVID insurance, then you're paying for your own. Then you're paying your own medical bills for any results of COVID, right? Now, if you buy COVID insurance, there would be huge discounts for people that get vaccines, because it would be your insurance rates would be adjusted based on the risk that you provide to the insurance pool. Right, so every insurance company,
this is like any other
almost everybody's. I know, but almost everybody's covered by insurance already, and all that has to happen is the insurance companies get together and say, okay, we're going to have COVID risk pools, and everyone gets a COVID rider on their insurance policy, and if you're not vaccinated, it's $10,000 a year extra, or whatever the rolled up cost is of all the extra costs of hospitals for people that are in COVID situations. And if you get a vaccine, then you're in the lower pool, which would be 10 times lower cost, and that would provide everybody plenty of monetary incentive to go get the vaccine, unless they were really at risk, and then they could probably figure it out. Unless they were really
that's a fair enough idea, but I just thought of a better example to compare the proof of vaccine to.
The reason why you don't have a better example is because this is unprecedented, and that's why people don't like to do it.
I said I have a better example. Bruce, for the love of Christ,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, what's the other example?
So I think of people who refuse to get vaccinated in a very similar but nowhere near to the same degree, like as people who text and drive. Now, more so than wearing a seatbelt, because honestly, I think the likelihood of you flying through a windshield and hurting somebody else,
Right, it's pretty rare. Yeah, I would
probably
agree.
rare. However, rear-ending somebody or sideswiping somebody or something else happening because you're texting and driving, now that's a bit different. Now, I've always said that there's an obvious solution for dealing with something like texting and driving. You pressure, you don't force, you pressure, and you incentivize, as Doolittle said, phone companies to put an app or to put a feature on every phone that senses when you're in motion.
Yeah,
and
some cars do this.
When your phone senses that you're in motion, it locks the phone so that you can't use it.
Yeah, and this is a fair market-based approach that to me would be much better than the measures being provided now with like these.
But wouldn't you? But it seems to me like you would consider that to be a great. And see, here's the problem that I have. I offer these solutions, and I say that because I do believe that at this point, people who refuse to get the vaccine are insensitive. I know you disagree. I don't care. But the deeper issue or the deeper question is, how much do we care for our fellow man? That's the real question we've got to get down to, because the question of whether businesses should be allowed to enforce vaccine mandates, it's not just because they're afraid of losing money because no one wants to go to their event because they're afraid of catching COVID. It's a question of, do they actually care about the idea of people getting COVID, or are they afraid of saving face? When it
They're
comes
afraid
to
of saving face.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. But when it comes to the broader solution, when it comes to the broader solution of just get the damn vaccine, obviously we are all very self-interested. We know that. But setting that part of us aside, because we are still social creatures,
part of our nature.
How much do we care about each other? Because that should be more of a driver of how we approach coronavirus than
we actually care a lot about each other.
Well, then, to me, if it is true that we care a lot about, no, it doesn't.
because we want. I would like to maintain your ability to act as a rational individual in the United States, and not be forced to do such measures that would continue to infringe upon the very place. I don't want to chop the foundation by which we are standing for the sake of a short-term solution.
Well, no one's doing that by saying you can't go to a sporting event because you didn't get the vaccine. Absolutely, no one is doing that.
No, I thought the issue was BC was more of a state-enforced mandate.
Well, no. See, no. If I am 100, I don't know if you were here for this. I am 100% against the government, state or federal, mandating anything. They don't deserve that kind of power. I'm saying if the establishments are the ones who choose to say, if you don't have the vaccine, get the fuck out. I'm saying that the only government intervention should be those establishments should be protected from any lawsuits. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then what are we talking about? I mean, the proof of something.
I don't know.
Vaccination center. I mean, it's because businesses telling you to show them something that you so you can go there. I mean, here's the problem though. Like, and this has been discussed now with with Twitter and other sorts of things. Like, okay, it's a private business; they can do whatever they want, right? And then people would say, well, they've done A through Z that shows that they have censored or disenfranchised or made the experience bad. People would say, well, they're private; they can do whatever they want. Well, but they're not necessarily 100% private because they're benefiting and having protections from the public sector. See, if they were actually private and subjected to market force, then that would be true. But they're being propped up by large amounts of public funding or public institutions that make it difficult for people to even have another option because of the market not being available. So this private thing is true, but not necessarily the case.
Well, I also need to say one other thing, because this gets into another thing that I saw that I think is very similar. It's the story that made viral news about the gay couple who wanted to get married and wanted a specific baker to bake their cake, and that baker said no because they're gay, and
Right.
everybody got all up in arms about it. Well, in
Yeah.
the same vein as a sporting event saying, hey, if you don't have the vaccine, if you can't show us that you have got the vaccine, you're not allowed in. Just go somewhere else.
That
You
isn't
can
really.
rest assured that not every single event is going to do this. You're going to fit in somewhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court upheld a fine against that bakery, by the way. So, like,
Yeah.
the
Also,
people
it
that are
wasn't
on
that
that
they
side
wouldn't
of the
sue him
aisle.
because he was gay. They wouldn't make the cake he wanted.
Right.
They said if you change the design of the cake, we'll make it for you. They weren't
Right.
barring him from
I
being
just
gay
told them
and
make
getting
a cake that
service.
looks like a Johnson. That's what it was, or something.
Fair enough, then.
Well, no, it had 2 men on it. It had 2 grooms on it. That's all. They were like, if you don't do the 2 grooms, we'll make the
Either way.
cake. That was it.
I thought it was fallacious.
Got it. Fair
All
enough.
right. Or foul.
That was a later case. No, they did it twice. Another person, a transgender lawyer, tried to do that. It was after the gay
Oh,
case.
right. Okay, yeah, that was after the gay cake
Yep.
was quite a while ago in Oregon. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago, and
That was a while ago.
How different than America is compared to Europe on this point? Where America.
Which point?
Well, in America, freedom of expression and voicing your opinion is the absolute top priority. Where in Europe, it's the other, and then comes how do I say this? Freedom of existence, of being yourself, to not be discriminated. I think that's not to be discriminated becomes second in Europe. It's the other way around.
Well, that was first
In,
here, too. I mean,
in Europe, you will absolutely be hammered in court if you refuse to make a cake for a gay couple, no matter the circumstances.
Yeah, it's just changed here though, because there's tons of protections around individual attributes. There's protected classes in the United States that's a part of law and amendments. So it depends on where you draw the line. Okay, is it sexuality? Is it race? Is it sex? Gender? So there are protected classes in the U.S. Just hasn't gone so far as to like lifestyle protection like that.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, should the unvaccinated be a protected class? Because someone brought
That
up
would be the next
earlier the worry about discrimination, and I'm going, if we're talking about discrimination based on not getting someone sick, that'd be the kind of discrimination I think we want to have.
Yeah, but the problem is it's not that you won't get someone else sick. You still can.
True.
But Aaron made a good argument where there'd be other businesses that would accept you and just go someplace else. If
you'll see that.
If you have a view then where you think that way, then there are people,
Yeah, here's where the problem comes, though, right? So let's say you're in Chicago. Let's just take a relatively liberal place, and you say, well, this establishment of the Chicago has said, in order for you to conduct business, you must require vaccine papers, right? It's not the business deciding this; it's Chicago deciding this. So if you live in Chicago, you can't start a business that allows people to come that aren't vaccinated. So you now have to move out of Chicago.
But it's the views of areas that aren't like Chicago wanting to impose it on areas like Chicago.
Impose what?
Saying that you want to do you want to go about going wherever you want and it being okay. In that are views that are of people that are in areas that are different than Chicago because they're more spread out. And
it doesn't matter. You're asking people to.
No. Let me finish.
Into this.
You're flipping the view of saying, well, people in these cities, they're going about trying to impose policies that would affect areas that are different than where they are. And I'm saying, well, it's actually being done in reverse, where people that are in areas that are different of Chicago are trying to impose the views that are of their area, of not being vaccinated or wearing masks in areas that are more like Chicago. So it's kind of like, well, just deal with those consequences. Then one group do what they want, the other group do what they want.
You can't do what you want. You understand? There are people inside of, let's say, Chicago, that are unable to exercise what you would call their free market approach, because the state, or in this case, the city, has confined what they must do. This is engaging in a contract with no reasonable withdrawal.
This is
The
your
withdrawal
argument,
from the
Bruce.
contract, is unreasonable.
Bruce, this is your argument. You're saying you have people that are in suburban, in urban areas, passing policies.
I made a specific case here.
Where there are people in different areas, in areas that are different, and it's not right. So it's kind of like, okay, well, one group walk their way and the other group walks their way and go about things.
They can't. This isn't a private entity doing. The private entity is not making a decision where you would have other options. A state is doing this, or a city, which, I mean, Chicago, maybe not as big, but if it were LA, that's like as big as some countries.
Very small countries, but yeah.
What's the population of the Netherlands?
17 million. Yeah, 17 and a half.
17?
17 and a half, yeah.
17. So LA is LA County's 10 million, right? So
I saw
it's not that far off.
It's not the size. I mean,
no. What I'm saying is that is the size of a. It's LA, if they had implemented this, is the
people that
size
are
of a small
okay
country.
it has 3 million people.
There are people that are
LA
okay
County?
gathering. Oh
Yes.
my God.
Oh, well, Los Angeles City.
Oh, LA County is it's 10
There
or
are
12
people
million at
who are
least.
okay in gathering that are unvaccinated. That's not true. There are people who have businesses that are okay in people coming in that are
Yeah,
unvaccinated.
that's 10 million.
For instance, New York City did this, right? They were requiring businesses within the city to do this. So if you are in New York City, you can't exercise your free market opinion and not go, because there is no option. So now you're not in the free market, you're in the state. So the state has decided how businesses can conduct business with vaccine or unvaccinated individuals.
Yeah, they're getting sued
Are
for
there
that.
other examples of
They will be, and they should be.
They should, yeah.
Aren't there other examples of states mandating what businesses can and can't do?
There
that
are,
no
and
one
this
can
is a
comply with?
constant. This is a constant issue. Yes, agreed. There are. So there is
I
some
mean, you
precedent
can't.
for
The
this.
thing is that you can't just let people do literally whatever the hell they want if you want to live in a modernized society where people actually get along with and don't bother each other. Notice I said
you
yes.
would say modern society. You would say the people should be voting for this, right?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
They're not
I'd be
necessarily
interested if we
voting
voted
for
on
this
it.
mandate, right?
If the American people had the ability to vote, because ultimately these
They
businesses
wouldn't
wouldn't exist if there weren't.
Yeah.
If there were people to benefit and pay for the services of these businesses wouldn't exist. So I think it'd be very interesting if someone would hold a public vote on whether there should be vaccine mandates or not, and see how that happens.
I would be okay with it if there was an issue on a ballot and there was a special election to vote on the issue of whether or not businesses should be required to enforce vaccination cards, and every municipality voted on it.
Yeah. I mean, the municipalities can, from the United States government angle. Federally, I wouldn't be in favor of that.
I would be okay with it if the state of California decided to have a statewide vote on it, and it's either up or down for the whole state.
So I think you referred to the referendum.
Referendum.
Yeah, with vote.
Yeah, it's like what
most states have that.
And I somehow I want to support it, but from experience, I know that referendums, they don't work.
What do you mean by not work?
It's like Switzerland has the opportunity to start a referendum.
Based on this?
What happens is they take in a law, and within 6 months, usually they just get rid of it because it doesn't work.
That's how it should work, right?
The problem is you let people choose directly on a law of which they about 99% has no knowledge of, or not enough to understand.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with democracy. Yeah, that's the problem with democracy. Generally,
I think Zizek said it. It's about 99% of the people's eyes. Too bad, they're all stupid.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So I
something
mean, you
in
could
that way.
have a voting class that is somehow more knowledgeable by way of a test or qualifications. But
You mean
that's
like
largely
Plato
frowned
intended?
upon. What?
Like Plato, I think it was Plato who more or less
Yeah,
said
Plato.
that, yeah.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
Yeah, the problem with that is that you have a massive chance of getting people on one side of the spectrum.
Sure.
So the major problem what you see in universities, the majority is center left. So everything on the right. So the majority of the people can be on the right wing, while this
But that's
small
not
group of
necessarily true, though.
intellectuals
Actually,
is on the center left. So what?
there are a number of people that vote with without information and are largely manipulated by marketing or
I would
campaigning.
say the majority.
So, I think that you would see, a class of intellectuals with more honest take, and I mean, in the United States, if if women didn't vote, you'd have a Republican candidate every time.
Oh,
by the way.
definitely, yeah.
So it used to be men and landowners a very long time ago, but that was removed because of equality, right?
Has anyone ever heard of the
Also,
concept of sortition, like as a democratic way of running a government that's not really based on voting? Like you don't have like the general population vote and they vote in representatives and stuff, but sortition is like a jury selection where like instead of voting like a general vote, you have like a random selection of say like 100 people from the population, and like they get like sequestered for 5 months, and it would be it's all paid and it's all this, and they over that time familiarize themselves with the issues and meet with the different stakeholders and render a thing, and then it kind of eliminates this permanent political class, this kind of revolving door between government and major industries. And I don't know, it was just such a cool idea that I'd never heard of, like a democratic system that wasn't based on just everyone having the right to vote, but it's participatory.
Well, here's the issue I see with that. I can understand that, but I personally, in my own opinion, I don't think we should have a president at all. Because if there's one thing that I've realized, is that how the fuck is one person supposed to represent 320 million people? So I can understand your idea, but if you're going to take such a small sect of one, say, county or state, and have them ultimately making the decisions for everybody else, I don't see that working out any better than everybody voting.
I don't know.
But the idea is that you don't vote on policies. You right now you don't vote on policies. You vote for people to represent constituencies.
Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the ultimate democracy is the market, right? That's actually people operating within their free choice.
Well, actually, not really, because like if democracy is meant to kind of put people on an equal playing field in their ability to weigh in on how something should go, just the fact of people having more money and other having less money makes it not. You can't vote with your feet if somebody has 1 billion votes and you have 100 votes. It's not really voting with your wallet, right?
So just to go back a bit, you say I don't want a president, but I mean it's hard to have a prime minister if you only have two major parties that oppose each other. So you would need multiple parties. Please do not have as many as the Netherlands. Doesn't work, by the way. But you would need more parties in your parliament to have a functional prime minister.
I don't know. I just feel like if people were allowed to voice their opinion, now obviously there's a reason why the American people don't vote on whether a law should be passed or not, because again, the idea is that you vote for someone who is more knowledgeable on the subject to do that for you, which is fair. But when it comes to something that I would say a lot of laws are targeted at very specific things, but something like a vaccine mandate, well, that's kind of universal, right? So
doesn't everybody know that the politicians are not more informed? I'm sorry, like the politicians are not policy experts on any given area, right? Like they're reliant on.
I think that they're more informed just by default because they're in that atmosphere, and they would have some understanding of how negotiating laws works more than the average person, I'd say. Right?
I just wanted to get
So
back
then
to
I'm not
earlier
going
that-
into a
Oh, go
completely
ahead, go ahead.
ignorant.
I was
Well,
just trying to say, like,
basically-
the idea that people are not, they do not have the option to go somewhere else necessarily. I think that that sort of that narrative is not fair.
Well, then maybe that should be their incentive to get the damn vaccine so they can.
Yeah, but do you see how this is a problem? Because it's.
I
being
mean,
mandated
I
by
can
the
see how it's a problem from the perspective of a city mandating that you can't open up a business unless you require
You only
masks.
Yeah.
Well,
Or you only serve
look,
these types of people, you know.
again, we're not talking about the state saying we will not allow you to open up a business unless you prove that you're not black. We're saying that, like, this is a bit more practical than other forms of discrimination. So I would say that if there was ever a reason,
I mean, so it sounds like you're okay with discrimination. You're okay with discrimination.
When it comes to
just
state
not
public safety,
certain
yes.
times. Yeah, see, I think
When
that's
it comes to
the
public
argument.
safety, yes.
I would say I'm not
So-
okay with discrimination
Yeah, so
at all.
the problem is the government making a policy that says you're not allowed to open a business that caters to people who disagree with me. And
You know what's
so
an
that issue
an interesting
this
test
time-
case? An interesting
the
test case
issue
is
this
whether
time-
you think.
No, let me finish. No, let
Oh,
me
sorry.
finish.
Let
The issue this time is a vaccine, and some people do disagree, but the issue next time might be, hijabs, and you.
Holy cow!
I'm not joking, but it could be, let's just say that we get a Muslim majority government sometime in the not too distant future because they're reproducing faster than non-Muslims. And the government says, it's a public safety hazard to have women going around without their hair covered because they might anger, the Islamic sky daddy. Now, is it right for a government to say, okay, you're not allowed to open a business that caters to people who might not be wearing hijabs?
Right. I would say no, man. That's a big problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
I don't want to see that.
And I don't want to say, it's a slippery slope, but I just don't think government should be in the business of saying government does not have the authority. I do not delegate to the government the authority to say that you're not allowed to open a business that caters or doesn't cater to a particular class of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, Doolittle, if I may respond quickly, as I've stated already, I agree. I don't think the government should have a hand in mandating anything of that sort. I'm saying if private businesses wanted to do something like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fine.
Why would you want to stop them? That's my point. No, the government should not have that level of power. Period. I agree with that.
Yeah, fine. If a mosque wants to have a dress code,
yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. They have their dress code. You don't go. If a business wants to have a dress code, that's fine.
Well, let's take it the other way around. All right, let's say the state has no enforcement in any way about who can be served and who cannot. So freedom of association, right? Is it okay then to say, like, if you don't have a hijab, you can't shop here, but there's a place right next door that says, hijabless shopping. That would be cool. But in this case, that's not an option, right? So, like, and now this is the argument on race. They're like, if someone, in one place is no white folks allowed, well, then next door it's like white people only, or white people and black people allowed. Like, is that okay? And most people would say no under the current law. But I think maybe, I don't know if you agree with me, Doolittle, but I would say that's okay because I think you and I are both on the market approach. I would say if people would like to go somewhere, then they can go, and if they don't serve them, go next door.
I mean, I don't think it's evil, but people were born white or black. They weren't. But you're not born with or without a vaccine, right?
No, and you're not.
What do you think about the idea of opening a smoking club? Like, what about opening up a smoking club? Because it's an interesting one. Because because smoking bans on indoor smoking, it leaves this interesting. Like, well, what if I want to open up a club? Like, us things specifically, like if you're coming in here, you're smoking, and all the employees now they're taking the risk because it's a place where there's smoking.
Right.
I don't know.
Law in Washington. That's why actually protecting the employee in Washington State is a reason why those smoking establishments are hard to open at all, and would be allowed open. Because even though individual patrons will accept the risk, they don't think it's fair, which is ridiculous, for employees to have to deal with that. Like somehow the employee was forced into the job. But I would agree with you in that you should be able to do such a thing. Everyone's taking the risk. The problem is insurance won't insure you without a huge premium usually. But yeah.
So that seems like the most analogous, like not the hijab thing, because there's that same element of health risk to others, but also that element of disclosure in advance. It seems like you should be able. My intuition says that you should be able to open a place if you have such disclosure. Like, this is an unvaccinated club, unvaccinated restaurant.
So I'm not exactly sure what American law says on it, but here it is that the government should provide the optimal protection on the well-being when it comes to physical and mental health of a person, as well financial, by the way. And that's the reason why certain things are forbidden, like smoking, even when because the person may not be able to see or admit the risk on their health.
Mm-hmm.
Which more or less, I wouldn't say render them incompetent, but that's the closest term I come to.
The government's analysis.
I probably barely hear you.
I would imagine that in the Netherlands, someone who's lived a long life in the Netherlands could probably say that the government would probably never take that level of power and abuse them. I think that's different too. I think one of the primary reasons why Americans, regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum, are so against giving the government that much power is because they know that the government will absolutely take that power and abuse the shit out of it to the point where you would have ridiculous shit like Bruce was describing.
It's a two-party system in which one part, for at least about 2 to 4 years, has got so much power without any control on it. Where if you have a multiple-party system, that power is limited due to the amount of differences between those parties. Doesn't actually. I mean, it's of course history based in America, but wouldn't solve that the problem. At least in
making a lot of noise that way.
I think it's Nivek who makes the noise. Yeah, it's Nivek.
Nivek's making noise.
Hello?
Well, like I said earlier, it's the same thing with no one. Now, granted, the vaccine, I'm assuming that the vaccine for measles and mumps actually stops you from getting measles and mumps, right? Can someone confirm it?
Yeah, it does. For in the most part. MMO, it's like measles, mumps, rubella, etc. Yeah.
Right. See, this, and again, I've said it before, and I think it bears repeating. This is what makes this so difficult, because we're not dealing with a vaccine that stops you from getting coronavirus. I think this would be an entirely different conversation.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, actually, it is similar. I would say like one dose of the MMR vaccine is 93% effective against measles, 78 against mumps, and 97 against rubella. A 2-dose shot, which is what most kids get, 97% effective against measles, 88% effective against mumps. So it's not 100%.
It's not 100%, but we're also dealing with something that you have a better chance of not even getting measles, mumps, and rubella, as opposed to coronavirus, where the Moderna, for instance, there's a 96% chance that you're not going to be hospitalized because of coronavirus. That entire discussion way more difficult. It just does.
I know people that have had measles, even despite the vaccine. Kids, luckily we're all right, but it's rare, and people have accepted that. But there are a number of individuals in society that don't do those, and also don't go to public school. But they still are able to go to a concert.
But notice, they don't get the required vaccines, so they don't go to public school.
Yeah, but they still go to concerts.
Well, if you don't want to get the coronavirus vaccine, then maybe you shouldn't go to concerts.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, private versus state here. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, again, the state should not have the authority to make those kinds of decisions.
Yeah, if you have an 8-year-old.
Didn't build the Coliseum.
Yeah, if you have an 8-year-old and nobody's checking to make sure that these 8-year-olds going to the Wiggles concert have their mumps and measles vaccines, they're just going.
Right.
And it could be Mumpy McMeasle right next to them, singing and dancing with them. And Mumpy McMeasle infects Measle kid, who doesn't have the vaccine, and now he's possibly sick and in the hospital. So, I think the issue is, the only reason this is a non-issue is because most people have gotten this vaccine. Right. Probably. I would guess that's why. But it's on principle, though. It's not. To me, it would be the same issue.
Yeah, again, we're dealing with a vaccine that isn't actually going to stop you from catching coronavirus, which is the worst part. You can't save everybody, which is a prevailing fact, no matter what you're dealing with. And we all acknowledge that the government, state, local, whatever, maybe acceptable, maybe, shouldn't have that level of authority. They just shouldn't. We don't want to be an authoritarian nation. We fight hard against that shit.
I would agree with you. I do, and I do agree with you. I just think that we already are there. I think you should be fighting with me against these cities that are requiring it for the businesses.
Well, to be fair, I feel like the majority of places that are...
I think it's in reverse. People who are authoritative are the ones not wanting to get the vaccine and imposing on others.
There's certainly an argument to be made.
There's implicit and then explicit. You can imply imposition, but there is explicit imposition from these cities that are requiring it. That's actually an imposition right now.
Yeah, that's happening.
That is happening. Anyway, I'm going to shut up because I've been talking a lot. I'm sure other people want to talk, unless you just want to listen to the Bruce and Aaron show, which is, Hey,
I haven't been talking that much. Don't lump me into that category.
All right.
I guess question for the room. To what extent do you think the mistrust of institutions is playing a role in some of the challenges around just maybe not even just COVID, but communicating anything
100%.
effectively? It seems to be across the aisle, but non-political.
If people trusted the media, everybody would have got the vaccine by now. I'll bet my life savings on that.
Well, I distrust the companies financially, but that's more that they want to make a lot of profit on the vaccines rather than them creating a medicine or a vaccine that doesn't work. So to that point,
I think
you distrust them.
The questionable ethics around the healthcare side of the house is, in what I've seen, is usually around them making more money on treating people as opposed to actually curing people. So that may drive some disincentive in areas that would otherwise allow them to develop more effective cures as opposed to treatments. But
of course, they to something I do distrust them is indeed not getting or releasing a medicine that is potentially ending a disease, which I believe we had in the past. I forgot which. It was for some sort of cancer, I believe, which would have ended basically that disease, but they never released it because they were afraid of not making enough money. And that's, to that point, I distrust them. But I don't think they will release a medicine that doesn't work or a vaccination.
They would probably get sued into oblivion if they tried.
Yeah, well, that's the other side of this argument, right? Is there seems to be a lot of protections in place from a liability standpoint for a lot of these companies, and that's actually, I think, also what's causing a lot of concern for people.
It is definitely.
And thank God that the Dutch government negotiates the medicine prices in the Netherlands, meaning that, as in comparison to America, they can not ask the absolute head price on medication, knowing that if they don't accept the offer, they won't be able to provide a whole country on this medication, resulting in the government walking to another company. Which, again, yeah, I can understand Americans not giving the government so much power solely because one party has that much power and history has shown they can't handle it. But to that extent, I'm happy that here it's normal that the government negotiates the prices, which has resulted in significant lower prices in comparison to America, who sometimes are paid 20 times more for a certain medication. To even worse with the what is it again? The anti-diabetes pencil things. I don't know what's it called in English.
Insulin, you mean?
Yeah. Which what was it again? $2,000 for one or 120? I don't even know for one pen.
The
Which
problem
is
there
ridiculous.
is because insurance exists. That's why.
Well, we do have insurance.
Here. No, here is what I'm saying. The price of insulin, the price of meds are raised by everyone. The market is manipulated. So it's like it's not that everyone has $0 to start. Everyone has insurance that pays a large amount of the money, so you can raise the cost of medication, and also the barrier to entry for any company to actually get involved in producing medication.
Yeah, it's hugely expensive.
I would say that I think at a very basic level that again I always go back to the question of how much do we really care about each other. Now I've had to realize myself that I maybe care too much about my fellow man. But the thing is, the prevailing fact above all facts when it comes to coronavirus and vaccine, the proof of vaccination, all of that is when you wake up in the morning and you choose to step out of bed, you're accepting a certain level of risk. You could literally die at any point from just about anything. But the question of how much do we care about each other as a species tends to rear its, I'm not going to say its ugly head, but it tends to rear its head in the fact that we have things like laws that are meant to protect people. Now, you could argue the motives behind some of those laws because things like the war on drugs, all signs point to that had nothing to do with trying to stop people from taking drugs. I think we'd be better off if we enacted Sweden's approach of simply letting people do what they want to do with their drugs and actually having places for them to do that.
Oh, that was kind of what I was going to bring up earlier. Actually,
it isn't legal in Sweden, but they don't have the war on drugs. No,
there is an imposition on the public of allowing everyone to partake in drugs without any consequence, without any prohibition.
Right, but the question of how much we care about each other, it tends to show itself in things like how modern society tends to look down on criminals and how so many people don't feel bad that convicted felons are catching coronavirus because we look at these people as having harmed someone else in some way. Therefore, whatever happens to them happens. I would know because I was one of those people.
You mean people in jail or people out of jail that are convicted felons?
People in jail. People in jail.
Jailed felons.
Specifically those who are in jail. Right. So when I wake up every morning and I get behind the wheel of this truck, I'm accepting that I could die in a head-on collision at any point. And all I can do is try to delay the inevitable because we're all going to die of something. But again, it's this balance of you accept the risk, but you also want to minimize the risk by increasing your own survival, which is why I believe it was Doolittle who was pointing out how Nivik was basically arguing against the idea of not mandating a vaccine, a proof of vaccine requirement because it doesn't make you feel safe. Well, I would say that a lot of modern society is set up that way. It's not just so that others feel safe. It's that when others feel safe, we feel safe. I think that's a lot of what this is. So striking a balance between trying to keep people safe and not taking it overboard. I don't think that there's a simple answer to that question, if an answer exists at all. But I do think that the proof of vaccine is just one way that we're trying to look beyond our own selfish intentions, acknowledging that there's risk no matter where you go and that everywhere isn't requiring this, but still acknowledging that we want to keep each other safe. At a very basic.
Yeah, Aaron, that mindset of being inconsiderate of a person dying from the virus if they get sick because they're unvaccinated, it didn't stem that mindset stems from that person, not it wasn't coming from me. It was coming from that person, and where that by having a mindset of being inconsiderate towards others. You know what I mean? There's a blowback to that of it being done to you.
Right, exactly. We all want to feel safe around each other. I think that's where the rush to get everybody to get vaccinated is coming from. We just all want to feel.
You're right about being considerate towards people, and like if you want consideration to you, you should be considerate towards others. That's
right.
That's
we all
where
just want to feel safe.
That's where the inconsideration originated from.
I don't know that that's the base axiom. I mean, I would say people want to feel safe, but like the sense of unknown dangers, possible issues, that kind of thing, like that's what makes life somewhat interesting for individuals. If you were truly safe in all scenarios, and even with other people, like it would be. Yeah, I think there's something more to it than that. So it's not, this idea of like trying to make things as safe as possible, like to make life somewhat enjoyable. I don't think that's the pursuit, but that's a different discussion.
Well, no, I do think that's the pursuit. I don't think that that's ever going to happen. But I do think that's what society is aiming for. I mean, I feel like the fact that it was even suggested that, because if you recall, Trump did want to just let the coronavirus run through the nation. He wanted to have that happen.
A lot of people just wanted to see it go through like every other virus, is what they thought.
Right, and of course, was it Sweden that did that, and it didn't work that well?
Yeah, it was Sweden.
Sweden had herd immunity, and then I think a variant came along, and it got difficult. But they also didn't completely close. There was
there was some collateral damage, but
yeah,
there is an element of we all want to feel safe around each other. There's the assumption that we're never going to be 100% safe around each other. We're still cavemen. And there's dangers around us all the time. And then, of course, you've got the fact that another element that's worth talking about is you've got this idea of the caveman brain, and it comes up when you talk about climate change a lot. How you've got the caveman brain and the logic brain. Now, the logic brain is the part of your brain that uses logic and reason to understand your surroundings. But your caveman brain says, look, everything is dangerous.
Box to go, guys.
I'm only going to focus on the shit that's right in front of my face that could kill me. Otherwise, I'd be overwhelmed. And I think that's what's happening with this talk of vaccine passports, is that we've got this clear danger that's in front of all of us, and this is a way of us trying to just focus our attention on this one thing, maybe becoming blind to some of the other realities that are that it even includes, right?
Well, that's like mostly true, but
still
like
get coronavirus even with the vaccine.
Well, half of the problem, though, I mean that's 90% correct, I think, but half of the problem is that people think that there's a better solution out there than the vaccine, and there's people that think that the vaccine is more dangerous than other people think it is, and so it's not just like there's an objective reality we can all agree on yet with the vaccine. We haven't all agreed that it's safe. We haven't all agreed that it's effective, and we haven't all agreed that we've hashed out what all the risks are.
These are all facts.
So how do we get to where everyone's living in harmony again? The only way I can see is to let people make their own decisions and do your best to inform everybody around you with the best data we can come up with using science and reasoning.
Yeah, because the honest to goodness truth is we are a tribal species. You're always going to have opposition, no matter how true you call something. You're always going to have people who oppose it. That's just how we are as a species. You're never going to get past that until we evolve beyond the need for that type of mentality, the herd mentality, if you will. So I agree with you. The best thing to do at this point is to just let people make their own decisions. But the question still arises: do you do that in the face of not letting one person's decisions affect someone else? There's going to be elements of that regardless. We all live in society. The question I think that needs to be answered is, to what extent are we willing to allow one person's decisions to positively or negatively affect someone else? And I think that the fact that we're even talking about a vaccine mandate goes to show that we do want a hard limit on how much one person's freedom of choice can affect somebody else. I think that's really all that this is.
I think this is probably even a more shorter term immediate thing that everybody can do. And I think if we just prioritize reasonable discourse and resist the urge to castigate people or strawman argument, that'll at least maybe give us a fighting chance at setting the context for a reasonable conversation. Immediate, short-term, applicable concept.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's a hot take.
It's pretty mild. See, the problem is we have so many people in here, but no one wants to say anything. So it does feel like
I think everyone's been talked out here.
I just wanted to make sure I gave people a chance. I've got to go in a few minutes anyway. But
yeah, me too. But I just want to say, having conversations like this with people that are taking different sides and have different opinions and different sets of values, it's incredibly important that we have the ability to engage in these kinds of discussions. And if you don't, then you're never going to get to the best solution, because you're just going to have one party dominating what's allowed to be said. And that's part of the problem with the whole COVID response, is the way that people haven't been allowed to talk about it. People haven't been allowed to bring up what they think is the best way to do things. Mm-hmm. And that's why things have gone so bad in the U.S., I think, and all the distrust in the institutions has been
nobody
coming
wants
up.
to have a fair, honest discussion, and then they attack the individual as though they're a monster because they might share a different idea, and continuing to turn them into some sort of disingenuous or even terrible person. Well, that's not gonna. I mean, how does that actually help anything? Especially when you're talking about something that's debated. I mean, this is not like water is wet. You know what I mean? It's not that kind of discussion.
Yeah, we're having reasonable debates about how far should government be allowed to go, and who should be making what decisions, and at what level are those decisions made, and what kinds of decisions should be fair to make. And as long as we can have discussions like this, and it's a shame that this isn't a bigger discussion that's being had on a national stage where people are being reasonable with one another.
I don't want that to happen. It doesn't. Well, I
mean, but
doesn't sell things.
In the defense of the people who tend to make very rash judgments, maybe myself included, about people who just don't want to get the vaccine, I think a lot of it is spurred from most people just want to go back to life as we've known it for God knows how long. I think that's, on a very practical level, I think that's where a lot of that comes from. Like, people just want to go back to normal, being able to go to concerts and grocery stores and restaurants and shit like that without worrying about catching COVID.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, there are some people that are that want to go back to normal, that don't think we're ever going to be normal again. They're like, well, I'm not going to do anything anyone says then. You know, like it doesn't matter. In other words, you know, I'm out. It's basically people are like,
There's
I'm
like
out.
there's like
We're
a
done with
COVID
it.
nihilism.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
like
totally
COVID
done.
nihilism.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
done with COVID.
Like, I don't care anymore. I'm done with everything. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything with people. You know, if you have a mask on, I'm not even going to talk to you, like that kind of thing. You know, and vice versa. You know, so like that's unfortunately where a lot of people are.
Yeah, Aaron, don't take my last comment as criticism towards you. I think that applies more generally, and these are things that obviously people are very opinionated about, very passionate about because they affect our lives. I'm not trying to make it sound like there's not a reason for it.
Yeah,
So
unfortunately, I have to
we've had a couple more people join us here just a minute ago. So let's hear. I know Dan just hopped in. What do you think about? We're talking about this new rule in British Columbia, Canada, where they're mandating that public venues require vaccine passports for events such as concerts and up to and including indoor dining.
So
what do you think about that step? And what are the ethics around it?
Ethically, I don't think there's an ethics problem here. I think that this is more of like I think from what I heard you kind of say earlier, what power do we think that our federal government or state government or local government can institute over our lives, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think it's an ethical problem. And I don't know enough about Canadian law to say if it's even like within their constitutional parameters or whatever. So with that non-answer, I think I'll give an answer that might highlight more of how I think of the subject. And that I think that when it comes to private institutions, whether the arena is private or not, if they want, at least in the US, to make sure that people are vaccinated. And I think that most of their interest is to say, hey, we're going to be a vaccinated event. They're going to have more sales that way. Restaurants, if they want to make sure that you have to show that you're vaccinated, with the U.S. Freedom Association, and advocate that companies would do that. I would actually be on the side saying, good, I think companies would do that. If I had a company, I would mandate employees to get vaccinated and the like. I think that's as much as I can honestly say on the issue. And I'm not sure if, I would also be okay if, like, a municipal city said any events in our cities need, like, I would be okay for a municipal city to have that right, that ability, you know, constitutionally to mandate businesses in the area to make sure that people are vaccinated before they come in. If a local community votes on that and wants that to be a part of its status quo and its rules, I think it's completely within their right. So yeah, that's what I think.
Seems to be the flavor of the day.
I mean, as long as the state's not telling businesses they must do a thing in order to operate this sort of scenario and who they can serve like that, I don't agree with the state telling them the business that, or at least I don't agree with the idea that you have the option to go somewhere else when you clearly don't inside of your city, as far as the business is concerned.
I just but I wouldn't go as far as to say that being unvaccinated should be considered a protected class, even on like
I'm not
a
saying
municipal local level.
It's just a large overreach of how businesses can operate, and then the idea that like people can use their marketability to do something else. That's disingenuous. They can't.
What do you mean use their marketability? I don't think people can.
Power of the market, their power of choice. They can't go to another business or facility that doesn't require vaccination.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that's like you could probably do takeout, right, or have it like delivered or something.
Well, yeah, or like a concert venue. There's not another one, right? Necessarily.
Yeah, but concert venues aren't like public, nor are they offered or protected
right, I'm
by
talking
like
about public.
The government.
I was saying like if a city enforces a rule by which private businesses must operate, there's not another choice within that city either.
Yeah, but that happens all the time, does it not?
Not on this level.
Well, this is a time of
Not when it
like
comes to the people you can
I would have an issue, for example, like if not during a time of emergency, not during a time where we're breaking world records and country records on what's happening with the Delta variant, that a government or a local municipality will have the ability to demand local businesses from, making sure that people are vaccinated. That would be absurd. But during this time, I don't think it's absurd. I think this is, if there is a time for this to happen, this is the time.
Yeah, I just disagree. I don't like it as a precedent at all.
And Dan, I believe it's your contention that one, government should have the power to do this in times of emergency, and also two, government has the authority to determine when an emergency exists and when it doesn't.
Through specific mechanisms. I think that there are specific mechanisms that allow that to happen. A president can't just be like, "Hey, time of emergency, round up everyone in this city." Like, no, I know there should be some sort of way to declare a state of emergency. I actually am not too versed on how the U.S. decides what is a state of emergency and how that passes and what are the mechanisms to make sure that doesn't get abused. But I'm definitely willing to say and argue that we are in a type of state of emergency where local municipalities should have the right to enforce whether vaccinated people are going in and out of businesses in the same way that we enforce vaccinations in public schools still today, because of what else would happen.
That's not well. Okay, so I would agree at the beginning of the pandemic. I would mostly agree with you. I would buck against the comparison to public schools, since public schools aren't private companies.
No, I'm saying in the same way that during non-pandemic times, public schools still recommended. During pandemic times, it is completely feasible that local municipalities and local counties can demand private businesses to behave according to certain lines.
Yeah. It basically comes down to whether you believe in like complete freedom of association or not. I don't think at this point we're really in crisis mode. I think the vaccine is available to anybody who wants to get it, and I don't really see a end point other than that one. If you can think of another one, that'd be good, but everybody who wants the vaccine has had the opportunity to get it. Seems like a logical end date for like all of the government mandates and restrictions to be.
But we're having a specific issue right now. Because of the lack of vaccination, the Delta variant has swept across the South. And if we look at the comparison to other countries, they're lagging behind in the U.S. in about a month to a month and a half of how COVID's been playing out. The Delta variant in a country where there aren't, where even if people are vaccinated, for example, you can look at Israel, because of a small population in Israel, the ultra Haredi who didn't get vaccinated, who refused to get vaccinated, the Delta now is very much harming people who have been vaccinated, people who are either immunocompromised.
Is that not their choice?
Huh?
They don't want to get vaccinated. Is it like, what are we gonna do? Are you suggesting that? Because if that's your standard, then you come to a bit of a rock and a hard place, where either you mandate vaccines for everybody, or we're locked down forever until.
No, I would just. First of all, I never said anything about vaccines. I never said anything about forcing people to mandate. And I think that's a false dichotomy. That's a false choice. There's many other things we can do. For example, we can require vaccines for travel, airplane travel. We can require vaccines for federal employees and any type of government employees. We can require that. That is absolutely feasible within precedent, even during non-emergency times. So I think as long as we can use those levers, put pressure on those.
And the third options, Dan, are not just limited to vaccines, but also testing. You can prove that you don't have coronavirus as of 20. You can get a rapid PCR test. You can get a rapid antigen test, and prove that you don't have coronavirus if you want to travel.
People have to personally pay for them. People have to personally pay for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
as long as they personally pay for them, it's not an issue.
Yeah, vaccines are not the only option to prevent the spread of the disease.
Now, if our goal is more than just the spread of the disease, and we decide as a nation through voting and our mechanisms that the things that we want are not necessarily just a prevention of the spread, but to reach a type of communal immunity, we can still require the vaccine. I don't see any breach there whatsoever.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, Dan, the end goal isn't give everybody the opportunity to get a vaccine. The end goal is to make sure everybody is vaccinated, and if that means making life for the unvaccinated people as difficult as legally possible, you're completely game. Is that what I'm
100%.
understanding?
I don't think non-vaccination should be nor is a protected class in the same way that race, sex, and like sexual orientation is. I don't think it should be.
Medical decisions.
By the way, John,
my gender is
want
not
to acknowledge that
Roe v. Wade might have an argument with that. By the way.
For gender.
Huh?
By the way, John, I'd like to point out that the things Dan are saying now are exactly what I said earlier. I don't think that we should look at
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just
vaccinated
clarifying.
well, right. I don't think we should look at we're not dealing with something that people don't choose. We're dealing with something that people do choose. If you choose not to get the vaccine and go into a public place, you're not just putting your safety at risk, you're putting other people's safety at risk.
Well, not really if the other people have been vaccinated.
Well, you can still get the virus if you're vaccinated. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but at that point, the level of risk is so low, it's nominal. I don't care. It's so low. Like at that point, like the level of risk you're talking about once you're a vaccinated person, and let's assume that you're not like about to die because you're so old. Like let's just assume you're just like a normal person, which isn't particularly healthy in America, but whatever. If you have the vaccine, your odds of getting and dying from COVID are so astronomically low, you start comparing it to other diseases we would never do this for. I don't see
right now we're making a value judgment. Real quick, right now we're making a value judgment. And when it comes to making a value judgment, I also don't care that you think it's nominally low. So what we can do, you and I, since we occupy the same nation, we vote. And if it happens to be so that the mechanisms we have put in place to exercise this democracy and this voting choice, right, in our local communities and municipalities and counties, because I'm excluding federal, right?
Yeah, so that makes you a lot more reasonable, by the way. I more on that basis.
So within with those reasons, I have no issue with those mandates. Now, with businesses, now when it comes to travel and plane travel or train travel, that can and does many of the time facilitate state in between state, well, that can definitely be mandated by the federal. That is under the jurisdiction of the federal government. And whether or not you think it's a nominal risk or whatever risk, I don't care as well.
Well, it's not just what I think. I mean, Dan, like, I'm not saying that. So I agree on the local level. I think at the local level, you have police powers. And if a city wants to do it, then whatever. I think that's somewhat ridiculous, but who cares because they voted, theoretically. My thing is that I've always viewed masks as more of a method to protect other people and a vaccine as a method of protecting yourself. So it's really weird to me to mandate other people get vaccinated. That might just be my bias, and it's completely. I had a general point. I'm trying to figure out what it was. I kind of just forgot it. Give me a second.
Well, while you do that, I was going to ask the question.
Yeah.
And I suppose this is a very important question. Does the vaccine, if you get vaccinated and you get coronavirus, are you less likely to spread coronavirus?
Yes.
Because if the answer is, oh, well, then fuck.
If you get the vaccine, you are less likely to spread it. Less than they thought.
Yes.
They thought you were going to be less. They thought it was going to be even better, but it's not as good as they thought it was going to be. They thought it was going to be better, but especially with the Delta variant, it is much less effective than they thought it was going to be, which is why even if you've been vaccinated, one ought still mask themselves and
wear a mask. Right.
Even still, but it's still better to vaccinate. Absolutely.
Which that goes to the other topic we were talking about with what's the credibility of the experts, but like for me it was particularly annoying because I just decided to get vaccinated so that I could use public spaces in my company without wearing a mask, and then the exact day after I got the vaccine, they said no, you're still gonna have to wear a mask.
That sucks.
So it's like, oh, really? Oh, you're just playing with me now.
I mean, listen, I think the experts were right. right? They knew.
Yeah,
They even said, "Hey, if we have another variant of the virus." Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear
the
you.
real statistics are available in the UK in particular. They have a particularly good database of who gets the vaccine and who gets sick because of their because of the way that their healthcare system works, and they track the household to household transmission rates between people that are vaccinated and not vaccinated, and it appears that if you have a single dose of a vaccine, of one of the double dose vaccines, you're 60% less likely to have household transmission. And if you have a double dose, then it's about 90%. So there's a huge impact on your ability to transmit the disease. I mean, obviously you're still getting it, but the incidences of, let's just say, a father gets COVID and quarantines at home, and then what's the rate that his wife gets it? You're 9 times less likely to catch it from someone in your family who lives with you if at least one of you is vaccinated.
Not 9 times, I mean 0.9 times.
No, 9 times less likely.
Isn't 90%? Okay, well, I don't know. You're better at math than me. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 0.9. No. So, yeah, 90% less chance. So if there's 100 people that were living together, and normally 100 of them would have spread COVID to their family members, then only 10 would.
Okay.
I mean, if the vaccine is not effective at stopping people from spreading it, then maybe my stance on vaccine passports might be changing a bit, because if you're less likely to spread it anyway, and the vaccine means that you're...
Oh, you're cutting out, man. Is this just me?
You cut out.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so there's a pretty strong case that he's still talking. There's a pretty strong case for getting the vaccine for reducing the spread, but it doesn't make it any less inevitable that everyone will eventually get the virus.
Yeah, but so less people are going to die, or have a serious.
It'll just drag on for 6 years instead of for 0.6 years.
No, I don't think so. If we look at the past and the history of how vaccines and how effective they have been at killing and stopping viruses, I don't buy that.
I mean, this isn't the same.
Not everyone got measles. Not everyone got smallpox, right?
Yeah, this isn't small. Smallpox is not very transmissible, and it's very deadly. And COVID is very transmissible, and it's not very deadly. So
it's only deadly in like a statistical way.
It's only deadly to a certain subset of the population who are close to being dead anyway.
I mean, no. I think that's, even if you look at it that way, I think it's still 227 family members, loved ones passing away. That's daily in Florida right now. Whether if they're 51 years or older and they're in the risk zone, that
doesn't sound right.
I think if you relook at the statistics, like for example, that guy from the radio talk show host from Tennessee, who recently was like a massive proponent against getting vaccinated, right? He's even said like get that like anti tapeworm shit that they give horses, whatever it is that he was talking about. He ended up getting COVID.
Ketamine.
What was it called?
I'm joking. I said ketamine.
Oh.
Okay, Florida. You're saying Florida?
227 people dying a day.
I'm gonna look it up. That sounds like it. It sounds like it's the average for all time, not current. So deaths.
Oh, maybe I'm getting that wrong. No, it's not all time.
1 week. No, the 7-day average is 227 7-day average.
Yeah.
There was one day with 1,000. I don't know. There was one day with 1,000. If I look at the 30-day trend, there's I guess that's a ruling error. So 227 out of how many people live in Florida?
Man, what does it matter? That's like saying 9/11 was only 3,000 people. How many people live in New York State? Right? That doesn't matter. That's 227.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Dan, let me ask you a question. Dan, let me ask you a question because this is a point I brought up earlier that's kind of getting at what you're describing right now.
Okay.
I made the point earlier that while we are a species that is absolutely self-interested, there is an element of our hardware where we do tend to care about each other because we rely on each other for just about everything. But if there's one thing that we tend to lose sight of, maybe for better or worse, is that you can't save everybody. Does that mean anything to you?
Of course that means something to me. Of course you can't save everybody.
So the unfortunate reality is people are going to die of coronavirus. People who get vaccinated are going to die of coronavirus.
You're right.
Rare,
but we got to do it again.
Right. Well, it's going to be rare, but it's still going to happen. The question is, at what point? Because you can't save everybody, what's acceptable? We're never going to get down to zero.
How about this? We're not going to get down to zero. But one thing, I will be even okay with saying if people at the end of a year, only about like, I don't know, let's say 3,000 people yearly dying of COVID, I'll be like, okay, maybe. But you know what I for sure know isn't okay? 1,000 people monthly. I think number like 9/11 every other week across the country. That is absurd.
Yeah, you're not really thinking
it cannot be a thing.
So you have to take into consider like what percentage of people it is, because otherwise you're making false comparisons. So in Florida, 227 people means 1 in 100,000.
Well, guys, I'm sorry, but I do have to run.
1 in 100,000
actually get.
Yeah, one person in 100,000.
One person in 100,000.
Yeah, one person per 100,000 population.
Sorry, guys, I just got a phone call. I gotta run. I just got a phone call. I gotta run. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, no problem, Dan. We'll get you back. Yeah, so one person out of 100,000 is dying every day. Okay, so if you lived an average of 100 years and times 365 days, then and that's what the actual number is now. It's about 100-year lifespan. That's 1 in 36,500 die every day, just of normal causes. So you're a third less. So anyway, your life expectancy due to COVID deaths is about 300 years in Florida.
Wow. Evie,
so it's not exactly like landing in a hot LZ in Vietnam.
No, not necessarily. But Evie, Lucian, Roski, thoughts? Anyone?
No, man, just enjoying the conversation.
Yeah. So I mean, the rates are incredibly important, and when you're thinking about how big of a problem is this, right?
Isn't it true that coronavirus only kills like 1% of the people it affects?
Two, yeah, 1 or 2. Well, and it depends on how you look at it, because in America, deaths with COVID are like 2% in the last year.
I mean, we don't want to see anybody die. Can't believe I'm hearing myself say that. But
yeah,
on a grand scale, in the most practical sense, there's over 7 billion people on this planet, and there's 320 something million people in America.
Mm-hmm.
If most of the people who get coronavirus live, I think we would take that over everybody dying. Because if coronavirus killed, say, 50% of the people it infects, I think everybody would have gotten vaccinated by now. Or we wouldn't even have to have vaccine passports.
Right. Yeah, the chances of dying of corona. So the question that people have to answer when they're deciding whether to get a vaccine is, let's just say in absence of social pressure, am I more afraid of the vaccine or am I more afraid of the coronavirus? Right. If you're more afraid of the coronavirus, you're going to get the vaccine, and if you're more afraid of the vaccine, then you're willing to get the coronavirus to avoid getting the vaccine.
I would say that we've reached a point of success when the coronavirus is killing, on average, the same amount of people that the flu does. I would say that at that point, that coronavirus as a pandemic is behind it. And I think that may be the goal that we're trying to get to. No more people die of coronavirus than they do of the flu, then we've done something right.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. But I don't think it quite works because the coronavirus is a kind of flu.
True.
Right.
True.
Right.
This is true.
So there will.
Well, all
flu
viruses
always-
is a kind of flu, right? The Ebola virus is a kind of flu. Since it's a
Is
virus.
it?
Too.
No.
Yeah, you'll die in a day.
No,
Literally.
Ebola causes internal bleeding. It kills you by internal bleeding.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the flu. That would
That's
suck
a little
if that
different.
was Eek.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
I don't know. Well, if a coronavirus has the same kind of symptoms as the flu, it causes things like, difficulty breathing, pneumonia, and it kills you that way. The same way that people that die of the flu die.
Wait, you're saying
But
that
it
the coronavirus acts the
it's
same way as
worse
the
than
flu?
an ordinary. No, it's not the same. I'm not saying that. Travis said that too. Just to defend myself, I'm not saying it's the same as the flu, but it's similar in many respects.
That it's respiratory.
The problem
Hey,
is
guys,
it's more deadly. Hi, Dan. The problem is that it's slightly, or at least the information we have tells us that it's more
10
contagious.
times more. Yeah, 10 times more lethal and 10 times more contagious than the flu.
Although I do wonder, since we're talking about the flu, when the flu was first a thing, did it go down like coronavirus has, where there were people who refused to get the flu vaccine? Because you still got people. I've never gotten a flu vaccine.
I won't get a flu vaccine.
It's a lot less deadly, but it used to be that during flu season, people would go out less. There would be a lot of cultural things around flu season. This is why culturally, a lot of holidays and things are more like just with your family, less public during flu season. So we did have that for a long time. Traditions around flu season to not get sick.
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is that
there's old wives' tales. There's old wives' tales where you tell your kids to come inside when it's cold.
Yeah, exactly. That's really just because of the season. That's the time of flu season.
I was going to say there is no flu passport, but then again, I don't think flu isn't as deadly as coronavirus. So I suppose there wouldn't really need
the Spanish flu that happened after World War One was way more deadly than the coronavirus is.
Yes.
But the thing that's scary right now is that when you look at the original strain of COVID, I think it was for every one person who got it, they infected 2.1 people.
No, no. 6.
1.6?
No, it was 6.
It was for every one person. It was 6. It was times 6.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I heard. I heard that it was. I don't know. I think it was 1 point something or 2 people for every one person, which made it really spooky. But the Delta variant, from what I know, is for every one person, it's 4.5 people, which is even scarier.
See, this is the problem you're going to run into when it comes to something that's quote unquote brand new that we haven't seen before. It's hard. I'm not so quick. I'm gullible, so don't take everything I say with a grain of salt. When it comes to certain situations, I'm quick to believe anything. But when you're dealing with something as brand new as coronavirus is to most people who live on Earth right now, I would say that there's not as big of a line between misinformation and simply incorrect information as one might think. Because if we're going to say that misinformation is one of the drivers of why people just don't want to get the vaccine, that's fair. But I think in this case, I just wish that people would exercise a little bit more skepticism in saying that maybe some of these institutions, some of these more trustable institutions, aren't necessarily trying to swindle you, but rather it's just no one really knows what the hell to expect. We don't fully understand coronavirus, and we're just going off of best guesses. Now, there's arguments to be made as to whether or not we should be doing that, but in the interest of not having to lock down every time, that's where the vaccine and those vaccine passports came from. So that's another element that probably should be mentioned.
I would agree, and I think that people are. I'm personally not as concerned about misinformation, as that's bound to happen. People are going to be misinformed, and as long as that's okay. But usually we can identify misinformation. I think the dangerous thing currently is disinformation, which is purposeful misinformation presented as reliable information. That's the dangerous part of what's happening.
Yeah, that one's not so good.
Yeah, that's much more what there is to worry about.
And well, what about the disagreement about what the truth is? Because if there's a disagreement about what the truth is, then one party is always going to think the other party is providing disinformation.
Well, that's precisely what I mean when I talk about how, because coronavirus is so new, it's hard to know exactly what we're dealing with at any given time. I mean, there are plenty of studies that are being conducted, and there are plenty of conclusions that have been made, but we don't know. Those could change. And so, because we're dealing with something so new and so unestablished, yeah, you're going to have things like that. That's the difficulty.
Yeah, I think that's the source of a lot of the hesitancy, right? I mean, it's either dis or miss or whatever, not known, no confidence. And I think this particular group is extremely well studied and will go off and do their own research. But I think for the majority of the people,
they just listen to news headlines.
Yeah.
Like with the Spanish flu, wasn't there vaccine to help fight it? I mean, I know we still have different strains of.
That was pre-vaccine.
I know we have different strains of flu vaccine, but I mean, we don't have people arguing against it. There's not like a pushback, and that's the whole thing with the corona. It's like you just want to vaccinate in where you don't want a nasty strain to develop. In driving down the viral load in many people. The less people, the more people that are vaccinated, less people with corona that in where it's not mutating. You don't have this potential of maybe developing a Spanish flu-like coronavirus. I mean, what if that happens with the coronavirus? What if a potential coronavirus mutates in a way that's deadly, like the Spanish flu was deadly?
Well, then I think what you're going to find is that people start taking it a lot more seriously.
Yeah.
When it's killing when that many people are dropping dead, people are suddenly going to wake up and go, "Holy shit, maybe I should get that vaccine." And by the way, I'll also say that at this point, I would imagine that if there's pushback against the flu vaccine, no one pays attention to those people. And I'd like to think that at some point in the future, the coronavirus vaccine will be much of the same, that it'll be well established. And if there are still people going, "I ain't taking that damn vaccine," the rest of us look at them and go, "Okay, that's Harold."
I'm going to be on the anti-flu vaccine side, personally. I've had it a couple times, and I've gotten sick every time, and it's like, I might as well just get the flu.
Everyone's going to react differently to the vaccine.
But I would never tell anyone that if they want to get the flu vaccine that they're stupid for doing it.
Well, clearly the flu is not such a problem anymore that you tend to demonize anybody who doesn't get the flu vaccine. Oh, and
we've got stuff like Tamiflu though. Like people don't really get all that sick from the. We have NSAIDs, and we have Tamiflu, and we have all kinds of things that keep people from dying from the flu.
Right. I'd like to think that at this point, because the pandemic only started about a year and 3 months ago, I'd like to think that at some point in the future, coronavirus, for as deadly as it is, will be looked at in a much similar vein of the flu, where it's like, "Hey, get your flu shot, but we're not going to make you get a passport to prove that you got the flu shot." let this shit go on long enough. We're still in the early
It'll
stages
happen.
of it. Let it go on long enough.
That'll
It'll
happen.
happen.
All the, I
It'll
mean, we already have freaking vaccine passports for all the other childhood diseases that kids need to get into school.
Well, the problem is kids can't.
I myself was denied entry into at least one university due to not having enough vaccines.
Well, that's the other problem. Kids can't get the vaccine. It's still considered a bad idea to give kids the vaccine. That's a whole other problem.
And I'm okay with that too, because kids aren't really at risk, and keep your kids away from your grandmother if she's not vaccinated. And you know what? Until we have a generation of people that has been born from vaccinated parents, I'm perfectly happy not letting my daughter have a vaccine.
Yep.
Because the only existential threat here is that we sterilize our youngest generation.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the effects of the corona in the long term.
But you could say
that's
the
right.
same thing.
We don't know about the vaccine. Yeah, we don't know about the same thing about the vaccination. It's the same mechanism. So the Pfizer guy himself came out and said, we don't know. It might cause sterility for who knows how long, right?
It could become a concern
in females. So, I'm okay if half the kids take it. Then maybe our next generation, if it's bad, if the outcome is bad, then we'll at least have a next generation. It just won't be so big, and maybe that'll solve climate change too.
And again, a lot of this stems back from the fact that most people just want to go back to normal.
The vaccine's harmless.
Yeah, I mean, I think to make a claim, a Gnostic claim that it's harmless would be wrong.
It's just your immune system developing antibodies for the virus. Your immune system does that every day.
If your cells create your cells create spike proteins which spread all around your body, and they concentrate in low blood flow areas. Mess up capillaries. There's a lot of problems with people that have headaches that are caused by essentially blood clotting in your brain. We don't know if that turns into strokes in the long term. There's all kinds of things that are medium and long term effects
That's not true. There's no development of spike proteins. Antibodies to fight
It's on the
spike
CDC
proteins.
website that clearly states these things,
Yeah.
and the Pfizer website that clearly states
Yeah,
these
yeah.
things. Both of them.
So it's not.
There's no creation of
So
spike
it's okay
proteins.
to do
They're
it. It's
antibodies that
okay to let people like me. I got the vaccine. To me, I think the risk to myself is low enough that it was worth it to me to get it, so I can use the coffee machine at my work. That was the fake because that I used.
The spike proteins on the virus. There's no developing of the spike proteins. There's antibodies that are developed by the body to grab onto the spike.
We don't want it. We're not talking about virology today, but there's the vaccine hijacks your messenger RNA mechanisms inside your cells to create spike proteins. And the question is, how long does that last? How long do the spike proteins last in your blood? Where do they collect? What damage do they do? Where they collect? And all these things are potential long-term effects.
Your body have bacteria and come across viruses, and where it develops a reaction, an immune reaction designed to fight whatever specific thing that's in your body. It does this 24/7, and it's just to get a jump on the coronavirus, so it doesn't out-mutate in response of where your body can't build a fast enough response. Your body does this regardless.
Maybe true, but this is an mRNA vaccine, which is different than injecting a broken virus sample into your body. It's basically teaching our immune system spike proteins, how to develop these spike proteins, and then attack corona type viruses in the future.
Yeah, so it's not
Yeah, and mRNA is the code. It's not like a dead virus that goes into your body.
Exactly.
But it's the same thing.
Yeah, let me
Well, Grim, I'd love to ask, what are your thoughts on establishments like sporting events and concerts saying that you have to prove you were vaccinated before we'll let you in? I'd love to hear what you think.
Well, I mean, I've been working with these establishments because I work with commercial risk, and so we've been getting this a lot in our front shores. It's hard because on one point you have people saying, hey, look at your own personal situation and see if a vaccine applies to your personal situation. And there is that movement. Even the CDC websites even state like, hey, consider a vaccine if it's moderate to severe health conditions, and start looking at things realistically. And then you have a government pushing and saying, we just want to have 70% and eliminate this vaccine or eliminate this virus so we can get back to work. What that does is it's making these venues hard to operate in counties and states that they need to be held accountable for outbreaks. And so in that accountability, they're getting pressure from their local municipalities to say, hey, mandate vaccines for everybody there. Otherwise, we could be shutting down your event. And that's kind of what's going on right now, is this little battle back and forth. And some of these event people, they say, yeah, for sure, like we'll mandate vaccines then for everybody. But it's a risk because you could also be, not letting a certain amount of people in, or in some cases that I've been noticing is the event shuts down altogether and postponed for a later date. So that's what I've been seeing. My personal opinion, I think there should be more than one answer than a vaccine. I think there is.
Well, what's the other answer then?
They were doing
Or
something.
anything.
They were doing something pre-vaccine, which was about blood transferring and trying to get antibodies going. So they're trying to look into that and kind of saying, hey, we can actually share blood in some ways or antibodies, and teaching our bodies better ways to react in that way rather than injecting ourselves with this experimental drug that just now got approved, but it's still being kind of questioned in some ways. So it's hard. It is really hard. I think everybody needs to individually look at their own health. If you are at risk, you see that you're at risk, please consider the vaccine. If you think that you're not at risk and you've done all that research, it's your health, it's your body, make the decision for yourself, and don't let anybody, including the government or including some event, tell you that you should put something in your body because you can't do XYZ. I'm sorry, then they don't get your dollar, they don't get your vote, and they don't get your attendance if that's the case. But take your health should be the most serious thing, above what else you want to sacrifice yourself for. But it's probably not worth dying on a hill for when it comes to, well, I have to go to this event and I've got some underlying conditions, or maybe I'm perfectly healthy, but I'm fighting cancer. I've fought cancer in the past, and I know that if I take this vaccine, it could cause issues for that cancer to come up again, which has been reported, by the way. So there's all these things that are happening, and you got to be careful about what you're going to put in your body. Take it seriously, very seriously.
Well, Graham, I'll ask you the same question I've asked others. I look at it as it's not all about looking at your own health. It's about the fact that this is a disease, that this is a virus that can be spread. Now, I only today just learned that if you're vaccinated, that the likelihood of you spreading the virus, even if you get it, is pretty low. But the idea that you could be spreading it to someone else, who then could spread it to someone else, get sick and die, I think that's more where the vaccine passport is trying to look, because I don't think anybody's trying to force you to get the vaccine. I mean, if they're going to mandate that you have to be vaccinated and you don't want to go as a result of that, no one's stopping you. But it's the simple fact that we're not just talking about individuals. We're talking about the fact that this virus, one person getting infected, could infect other people. I think that's where a lot of this motivation for the vaccine passport comes from.
That was on the table, and that could be worth discussing. What does it mean for the greater good? If that was on the table, then we could discuss it. It's not on the table. What's on the table is if you have COVID, not only with the vaccine are you going to have less symptoms, but you could be asymptomatic in some ways if you had less symptoms before, or you're just genetically, that's the way it lines up for you. and you could still be passing it on to other people. The people who have had COVID, there are studies they've done with nurses who were infected with COVID when they were responding in 2020, and they did a study, and their immune response to the Delta variant versus the immune response of nurses who also have been vaccinated in the same arena is the same. And they've also done immune responses for people that have had COVID before against the current COVID, and they're still saying it's like 13 years out that they're seeing immune responses. How that still affects your body, how that still affects the spread of the virus is a conversation, but I don't think we're at the point yet where we've been clearly able to say, hey, because you had the vaccine doesn't mean that you're not contagious. Hey, because you've had the vaccine doesn't mean that it's you're not going to be able to spread it to somebody and kill them. Unfortunately, that's still the case. The point is to get everybody vaccinated to eliminate the percentages or the possibility in the future at some point, hopefully, depending on how this thing will mutate. And it's a gamble. So we don't quite have that yet. And I don't think anybody's want to stand up and say, oh, perfect. Well, we've solved the corona issue. And as long as everybody gets vaccinated, it's not going to be around anymore. It just keeps on changing. There's a bigger question to be had is are we creating a super bug? Because we keep on vaccinating and because this thing keeps on mutating, will it outgrow the vaccinations? Will it do something like it does with the flu is a little bit different because of the way it lasts outside, but corona is one of those things like, will it keep on advancing given our modern medicine and try to overcome the current vaccines? That's the hard bit.
That's my biggest concern, actually.
There's with the with the I forgot what I was gonna say. You're saying that it creates a.
We've been creating superbugs because of the medications we've been taking around the world. We've been creating really nasty superbugs that we've had to try to control. And something like the coronavirus is honestly not our biggest concern at this point. It is a concern because of what it's doing, and we got to watch it and track it. But there are other viruses out there that are what's considered superbugs already that have been in some critical containment.
The viral load it's more lowered with the vaccine, where if you don't have you don't take it,
hey Grim,
and it grows and it incubates in you, it would more increase the chances of spreading it.
Let's let Roski get in. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Thanks, Pangburn. Grim, hey, so you're saying that the medical technology is like racing with these germs? They're evolving against our medicine that we're making?
Some of the mainly towards like the penicillins.
Okay.
There's many types of penicillins out there. So a lot of these things are creating superbugs that we're leading into. I know the mRNA is different because we can kind of tweak these things. But if you look at what we did with the mRNA vaccine when it came out for COVID, and then immediately went to the Delta variant, and we noticed this mRNA isn't actually applying correctly. Now we need to do things called boosters. The big question is, how long are we going to do boosters for? If we're still spreading this virus and you've had a vaccine, right? And so you've mitigated the effect it's had on you to possibly either save your life, or just the effects in general, and you're passing it on, it's going to create another variant. And how strong will that variant be coming off your body? And that's the biggest discussion that I've seen so far happening right now on how we're going to respond. Are we just going to be in booster mode, 2 times a year for the next decade just to stop this thing? And coronaviruses only last for like 3 years before they die out because they just don't last very long outside.
Right. That's interesting. Someone previously said that you can't save everyone. That was an interesting point. I think someone else.
Grim, that happens anyway. The mutation happens anyway with the virus, where when you take the vaccine, it slows it down. It's not like like with the bacteria. Yeah, you have some bacteria that would survive when you try to kill it with antibiotics and becoming a superbug. But and then it grows, and then you can't kill it. But the virus, it does that anyway, where you're to bring down the mutation rate by taking a vaccine and in decreasing the the evolution process of it mutating.
It might be slow, but it's acting like the flu, and that's the problem. Is that it's consistently mutating, and so something where like, hey, most of the world in first world nations get large wafts of flu shots, sometimes government subsidized, and companies take advantage of it, and they do massive flu shots, but it still doesn't stop the flu. It still keeps going. It still changes rapidly, and so that's the concern here. Is that yes, it may slow down the infection rate of COVID, but it's still going to be morphing at a rapid rate. And to have a coronavirus do this, is weird, which is why people are like, is this lab created or what? And then two, if it's going to do this and it's going to keep on adapting and changing, what's the next steps? Because coronavirus usually adapts and changes to infect the rest of the population. But when it's already hit the ground running and able to infect almost 100% of the people, that's a little different. And it's scary to see, like, what's the virus can do. Is it just going to act like the flu? Is it just going to keep on changing and we'll be kind of keep on battling it back and forth, the booster after booster? Or is it going to get weaker? Or is it going to go away? We don't know. I think that's the best answer I've seen so far. Is we don't know.
Well, Grim, kind of your earlier concern. Kurzgesagt made a video that kind of touched on this, because things like antibacterials are becoming less and less effective. I think, because you mentioned other solutions other than vaccines, I think another solution that may be on the cards in the coming years might be bacteriophages. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what bacteriophage is, it's basically the God virus. It's the virus that all other viruses and bacteria fear. It just so happens to not be deadly to humans. In fact, I believe someone had malaria. They were injected with bacteriophages, and the virus actually cleared up. That might be a much more effective way of dealing with all of these superbugs that we're creating. So I would highly recommend that everybody go and look up Kurzgesagt's video on bacteriophages, because that might be how we finally put an end to this seemingly perpetual battle against things like the flu and potentially coronavirus.
I mean, the hardest thing to beat it, probably the best thing to beat it, and that is everybody caring about their health and well-being and taking their immune system a little bit more responsibly.
Well, yeah.
And unfortunately, especially like, why does it affect certain populations in certain areas so negatively? And you see clearly it has to do with immune-compromised people who have grown up through the processed food and sugar and minimal amount of exercise generations, and their bodies are just terrible. And we look at our generations now, and the number one killing thing I think in first world countries is heart disease, right? I mean, it's just because of our diets. And we look at this and we wonder why, like, this is not going to be. To me, I look at it and go, this is not going to be the first virus that just destroys people. Maybe our answer shouldn't be debating whether a vaccine or not. Maybe the answer should be, we should start looking at multiple solutions. Like when people have cancer, you throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. Everything, right? You don't stop. You don't just like, well, I tried that, it didn't work, so I guess now I have cancer and I die. You throw everything at it. And so that's kind of weird that we're not doing this. We're not like promoting health and well-being. We're not promoting, hey, start taking supplements, start working out more, start getting better fit so that your immune response has a better response to it. And then also consider the vaccine. And then also consider blood transfusions if you have a family member that's had an immune response or antibodies that have been very well done against this type of COVID issue. And there's a lot of ways to approach it. And I'm just saying, it's weird that we always push for this one. Just vaccines. We're just going to vaccines.
The mutation is going to happen regardless. And it depends on the size of the curve. And it's about widening the curve in where you slow the rate of it down.
Don't you mean flattening the curve?
Yeah, flattening it.
And by the way, Grim, just to touch on what you were saying, I hate to do this, but I'm going to do it because it's true. The progressive left has kind of done this thing where they're trying to push this narrative that it's okay to be fat, that health at any size, which is just biologically incorrect. And I think that's one of the leading reasons why more people don't take their health seriously. That and the fact that, do you know how expensive it is to eat healthy in this country? Because yes, if people had stronger immune systems, we could create our own antibodies to fight the coronavirus and life would go on as normal. But it's expensive to eat healthy. Cheap food is everywhere. And you've got too many people these days who think being fat is healthy.
Yeah,
and who are encouraged to think that.
People drop their jaws when I say I spend more money on food for my family per month than I do on living expenses, as far as like putting a roof over my head, like mortgage, taxes, all that other shit. I spend more money on food because of the quality of food and what it takes, because I come first, right? Like my body and my family's bodies come first before like anything. And it's important that not only are you feeding like your mind correctly, right, on like how things influence you and how you work through, you know, society, you should also be considerate about what you're putting in your body. Like it's quite insane, the studies that come out, and we're just like, oh, we've been poisoning ourselves the past fucking 50 years and nobody's noticed, which means our FDA standards, right, and our USDA standards are abhorrent. Like they're terrible and it sucks. So when you see something that is FDA approved and USDA approved, yeah, still raise an eyebrow. I would say still raise an eyebrow because it's disgusting. Why we got to leave it up to the free market to actually make clean shit rather than decide that the government is the lowest bottom standard of what it takes per fucking rat feces and rat bits to put in your food. Don't look to the government for the standard.
Exactly. But in all fairness, I would like to see the statistics of coronavirus deaths in a country where they do have a better standards for what's considered okay as far as food goes, like a country that attacks on things like sugar and promotes healthy eating. I would love to see the. Okay, Nevik, just cut me off. Thanks.
Okinawa, Japan, looking at that.
Yeah, because if it is true that it may be that having a strong immune system might not protect you that much from something like coronavirus, but if it does, then yeah, that should be the obvious answer.
Yeah, I was just saying companies can be that way in having low standards, and where if you don't have any competition in cornering a market, you can just you don't have to put any type of effort into what you're doing. You can just sell cheap. You can sell cheap, expensive crap. You know.
Exactly. Therein lies the problem. No incentive.
8 billion people on the planet. 8 billion people on the planet. There rarely is a company that doesn't have competition. Competition, you know, parks up to your house the next day half the time, and you have a good idea. All I'm saying is government regulation is bottom of the barrel standard of what it takes to enter that industry. And now we have to look at the companies themselves and look at what standard are they keeping against their own competition that is enticing for quality. And I think that for the boomer generation, they just didn't give a shit about quality. They cared about price, you know, and they might have had like, hey, price and quality like comparison, but their standards for quality were not good. I mean, just think of the stuff that we ate as kids. And yet we always heard of like organic farming. Always heard of like clean foods and farm to fork. But we never had it.
You have companies that corner the market, take out competition, and impose on the government, you know, in policies for its behalf.
I agree that we have some capitalism issues where it causes some death, you know, like where you have companies I mean companies that buy out their competition and then it creates corporate death. Like you're just killing your competition because you either outplay them in a lobbying game, or you just buy them out. You start messing with their stocks, or you start messing with their companies as far as mergers and stuff. So there's a lot of ways to do it, and I know that's very competitive, and I think that's where capitalism starts to destroy our economy, is when it gets so competitive that, you know, almost cutthroat. So I agree there, but you don't really see an industry like where a company is by itself and it's offering a shitty product. Like, can you name me one?
Well, here's another thing we should all keep in mind. This is, of course, a realization I've had to come to recently. This kind of made me feel better about things. And it does apply here when it comes to something like a vaccine passport. We as human beings are not that different from our caveman ancestors. Now, I would not be surprised to learn that disease and viruses have run rampant throughout human history. I mean, you had the Black Death, you had Spanish flu, Black Plague, you had all kinds of shit. But I think one of the primary reasons why it didn't wipe us all off the planet is because once upon a time in human history, if you weren't fit, you didn't survive. And unfortunately, from a biological standpoint, in many respects, not all respects, because thanks to the shield of modern society, but in many respects, that still holds true. If more people sort of gave in and fell in line with what our evolution has designed us to be, then I don't think anybody would be all that concerned about the outbreak of any virus or any bacteria or anything of the sort, because you had to be in shape to catch the food that gave you the nourishment to catch the food. So these kinds of things think about it. Before we had modern medicine and dentistry, and think about all the things that killed people, yet still here we are. This is just another thing we've got to keep in mind. I mean, our bodies are built to fight.
You're right to some accord. In fact, I just saw something recently that said genetically you are mostly made up of these viruses that have imposed their genetics onto you. So you are mostly actually made of virus, which is convoluting in some ways to say, but because to say you're mostly human would just say that it's kind of different. Like you being human actually means that you do have virus DNA, like other creatures have virus DNA. But humans have been warding off viruses so long that they actually found a majority of virus DNA in our DNA compared to our own DNA. So you're mostly virus. The other side of it is that sanitation has been the number one thing to remove diseases across the planet. Sanitation, by far, has destroyed more diseases and kept them at bay than any other thing that we've ever done. Not shitting where you eat, and cleaning up your spaces. And washing your hands. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
But people take it to extreme, right? And they Lysol their fucking house, and they're wondering why they have immune responses that are terrible, because you're not exposing yourself enough to viruses now at this point, or the chemicals that you're using to clean your house are having effects on your own immune system and on your gut health. And that's what they're finding, is that it's like, listen, everything in moderation, right? Like we like to have our kids have dirty hands. I don't mind that my 3-year-old likes to put shit in her mouth. I don't give a shit. Like it's supposed to happen. There's a reason why my kids do that. Like it's a weaning stage, and we try to wean them out between 3 and 4. But that's because we understand moderation. We understand that we need to have a symbiosis with these germs, and we need to realize that when something like a corona or a bubonic comes around, that we can lean into science and technology and try to avert these things, but we also need to lean into understanding harmony and understanding balance. And no, we cannot end death. We got to stop that fucking mentality. We will do things drastically for your safety to end death.
Well, as I've said many times, and I'll say again until I'm dead, you can't save everybody. We're all going to die of something. Again, I think the big question is we're clearly a species that acknowledges our own mortality, but we try to do the best we can to fend off our end as much as possible. Which is where, again, I think something like the vaccine passport comes in. It's not so much that we're trying to limit people's individual choices. It's just that we know that this is a virus that kills people, however few people that may be. We just want to not have that. It's what we would call unnecessary death. That's what we're trying to prevent. And I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that.
What does that even mean, unnecessary?
Well, deaths that could have been avoided. Like somebody getting into a head-on collision because they were texting and driving. I would consider that to be an unnecessary death.
Yeah, what about somebody smoking a pack a day for the next 50 years? What about somebody who who dies of influenza? What about somebody who, like there's all these things that we still have legally that we don't restrict that do far more damage and cause far more death sometimes in weird cases, and it's like we don't do it there, But
Sure. Like I said, can't save everybody, and we're not doing like that one commercial did, where the mother was so concerned about her two boys getting injured that she sent them outside in bubble wrap. We're clearly not doing that.
Wait, isn't this a false equivalency though? You're saying like smoking. Obviously, we have laws to stop smoking, like affecting other people. It only affects you now primarily. Like it doesn't affect people around you much at all.
Oh, not at all. You can smoke in your own house in a lot of states and a lot of places. You can still. What about driving your gas guzzling car and polluting the environment, creating greenhouse gases? What about owning a large, cow farm? What about people that use rivers and they're allowed, like the wineries that are allowed to create dirty water? Like these things have drastic effects, not only just for like current generation, but for multiple generations afterwards. I think I was reading a thing on Kansas basically is having an issue with their water supply because it just got glyphosate poisoned. So there's these huge, massive issues that we have.
We do what we can. There are things that were legal in the past that aren't legal now, like asbestos.
Hey, we should get rid of those things.
And
right?
lead. You can't like just have a lead pipe, because you feel like making it.
Or lead paint.
But instead, you have government contracts with vaccine companies, and most of what you're getting is marketing and advertising, government push, and then on the websites there's a little bit different, or the way that other governments are handling it is a little bit different. And it's just interesting for a death rate that is quite low, but we really don't know what the death rate is going to be at the end of the day because this coronavirus is mutating. We don't really know what's happening. So we're either in good risk, living in fear, but also I would clearly show is that we're stating some hypocrisy by somehow attacking this situation so heavily and drastically with shutdowns and craziness, but not other situations as
I'm
urgent.
just pointing out the potential of harm coming from the opposite end of business, and where things were done in consideration towards people. Like you can't just say, okay, I'm just going to use this 3-year-old for this job because their size is convenient for me. People will be like, no, nah. There's a law against that. You can't do that.
Yeah, but to be fair, there has been just in the United States hundreds of thousands of people dead. It is a drastic situation.
Yeah, but couldn't you say the same thing about obesity? Because obesity kills more people than coronavirus has.
Oh, I definitely think we should have a high push to try and do that, and we have in the UK and in the US. We've had different programs to try and curb obesity.
But how would
massive
you
programs
affect another person?
Billions. What?
How would your being fat affect another person? That's your business.
It affects the state. It affects people. It affects everyone.
It affects everyone.
Yeah,
we spend close to $1 trillion a year just in healthcare alone due to people that are underinsured, things like or non-insured issues like that. So taxes come in and spend a ridiculous amount of money on healthcare for people just because of how bad we treat our bodies.
Plus, we can treat it like an addiction, right? Because it's sort of like a food addiction.
It kind of, but it also has effects on the brain. So look at our education levels, look at our work levels, look at how we
people argue a food tax.
We have lost our first place ranking not only in GDP, education. I think the only thing that we're number one in is consuming. I think that's the only thing that we're number one in.
No. You have most prisoners per capita.
We have the most prisoners, but our education and our quality of life is going down. Like for the first time ever in the United States for the past 2 years, our life expectancy has gone down. Suicide rates high. Depression high. No, because look at our environment. Look at how we've just been poisoning ourselves for so long, and our standards are shitty. And I think that has to do a lot with politics because of who's raising the standards. And conservatives want to keep it down low. Progressives want to raise it to a completely different bar that I think is incoherent. But there's somewhere in the middle. We got to find a balance, or we got to have a different method upon which we are treating our environment and our bodies much more healthier, so that when something like this virus comes along, it's almost as if it's a joke, which it's supposed to be in the first place. supposed to be a joke in the first place. Yes, Corona has been jumping to humans for eons, but it's never been so devastating because of our health conditions.
Fair enough. By the way, Nivik, I want to respond to your question. Why is being fat someone else's concern? Who are you hurting?
No,
That's
no,
a very
you
fair-
answered it already.
Well, no, I get. Well, no, but I just want to say that it gets back to the function of human beings, to where, again, we are mostly self-interested, but we don't want to see our fellow man or woman suffer. We don't want to see them die too soon. We want our fellow man to live as long a life as possible, whatever that looks like in different cultures and different countries. So
I agree with you.
Well, it's not so much about you being fat isn't hurting anybody else. It's you being fat is hurting you. And there's a collective agreement that being fat is bad, and we don't want bad things to happen to people in general.
Yeah, but
I agree with you with the concern of other people, and where and along with the argument with the virus of you having it affects others, and where people are promoting this argument of, hey, it's my choice. You know what I mean? For me to do what I want to do. If I want to do this to my body, then that's my choice. And it's kind of like, you're pulling teeth, arguing with the person, but with the virus, it's different. You can more cut the person loose and say, okay, you know what, fighting against you. If you want to do what you want to do to yourself, I get it. Like, that's your right to do what you want to do.
Well, in terms of the virus,
I can't tell you what to do, but the virus is different.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Ass?
Oh, sorry. I was saying in terms of the virus, I was asking him a question. He clarified.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree in terms of the virus, because if we just let people do whatever they want in terms of the virus, they'll just go out and party all the time and not wear masks and not get vaccinated, and then just cause a lot of damage to people.
But if you, here's the problem that I have is that we're statistically, let's say something like this, like, what's the problem if the vaccine is free? Anybody can get it. Those who don't want it don't have to get it. And those who feel like they want to protect themselves can get it. If you get the vaccine, you have a high chance of not dying. So therefore you're fine. And what does it matter if the person next to you is not vaccinated when you are? And in addition, if we're killing 20 or 30,000 people, I think, a year just off influenza, and there's a good chance everybody in here has had the flu and given it to somebody else, and there's a good chance that the flu that you probably got and gave to somebody at some point in your life might have killed them. Are you feeling the same responsibility for that as you are for, like, COVID? So those are interesting questions I have.
Well, again, it goes back to the caveman brain mentality that we all have. The flu and the effects of the flu is not a threat that's right in front of our faces, whereas coronavirus is a threat that's right in front of our faces, and it activates the caveman side of us that says, look, everything is dangerous. Everything is going to kill us. Rather than spending all of my time worrying about every single thing that can kill me, I'm only going to worry about the most imminent threats. And for right now, that's coronavirus. If it was the flu, we'd all be talking about this in the context of the flu. If it was influenza, if it was anthrax, any of those, that's the answer.
The difference with the flu and coronavirus is that the flu been around for a while, and it's already in society and being herded throughout everybody. But the coronavirus, it's something new, and where there is it's about the impact of the curve. It's going to be a large impact of a lot of people being infected, and that's why they talk about flattening the curve. You widen it out as much as possible. The same amount of people are going to die, but you stretch that amount of people out over for a long period of time, in where you don't have a backup.
But what about the fact that you're killing other people with the flu that you've had? It's not like it's zero deaths, right? So If there's a chance that because of the flu that you had and you came and you gave it to somebody and you might have given it to an elderly person, not knowing or knowing, whatever it may be, and they died, you don't really think about that. You know, you really have like same way in Corona, like you don't really know who died, like if it's your COVID that you gave to somebody else and they died, right? And that's kind of the thing. Everyone's on it. It's like, hey, everybody get vaccinated. But in the land of free vaccines, where everybody can take one, I just don't get why everybody should be mandated to take one. And in the land of free vaccines, like you're fine. Like just then let the people who don't want to have vaccines, just like you let the person who doesn't want the flu vaccine, and they get the flu from you. Where do your responsibility is ended? And I'm sorry, it's tragic, and I'm sorry there's empathy there, and it does suck, and death is part of life. But for me, it's like if I make the decision not to take the vaccine because I've looked at my own health and I've looked at everything I have, and you have the vaccine and you have COVID and you give it to me, I'm not going to look at you and be like, you son of a bitch, how dare you give me COVID? Like the virus, it's not on anybody's shoulders. It's just a virus. It's not you. It's that thing. I should be cursing the vaccine. Like, oh, this stupid piece of shit came around my life. Trying to fuck me up, take me out for 3 days.
But a person that have a vaccine compared to a person that don't viral load would be different.
Yeah, it's like that's the mentality I don't understand. Everybody has access to a vaccine, like everybody in the United States. I don't think there's really anywhere you can't go where there's not a vaccine availability for you. If you feel like taking it, take it. If you don't feel like taking it, don't take it. And don't be mad at those who take it and don't take it. And don't be mad about the virus going around because you have a free vaccine in front of your face. You're going to be as mad as you should be about the flu.
Yeah, I understand that people that have vaccine could spread the corona regardless, but having a vaccine decreases the odds of you spreading it.
Not as much to those who have already had it, but yes, to those who haven't.
Because there's an incubation phase of the virus in your body, in where you're going to get sick. You don't get sick instantly. It's like a week or maybe 2, and where you eventually get very ill of the virus because of it incubating you in you over time. And the vaccine. It's not the same. You can get the coronavirus, but it will be much lower because you already have an immune response that's already there. It doesn't have to build over time.
Yeah, I think I've identified the crux of the difference in opinion between the two different groups, and it's one of whether you ascribe to the principle of negative responsibility, which is that you may or may whether or not you believe that you're responsible for secondary consequences of your inactions rather than just being responsible for the consequences of your actions. So some people think that if you had a chance to act and you fail to act and there's a negative consequences that could have been avoided based on an action, then you're immoral for not taking that action.
It's kind of like the trolley situation, except for the person on the tracks has a knife and they can get out of it at any point.
So I'd point out that
but anyone that blames someone for not getting a vaccine essentially is putting the moral responsibility on a person for an inaction that has a downstream effect on another person.
What were you saying?
Thanks, Aaron. Not everyone can get the vaccine, and one of the reasons why there is a push to have at least 80% of the population to be vaccinated is because immunocompromised people need to rely on herd immunity. And
that's a good point.
Previously, I never took the flu vaccine, but after going through these discussions and doing the research on this stuff, I know people who are personally in my life immunocompromised, and going forward, I would most definitely get the flu vaccine, which is, for a little bit of context, is the descendant. It's a variant of the 1918 Spanish influenza. So this is kind of one of the ways that the coronavirus might just live with us for another century. If we don't get at least 80% of the population vaccinated to where transmission is lower than 1-to-1 so that it dies out, it might just stay with us as a normal part of our society that we are born into and we grow up and we understand for the next century or so.
Yeah,
So
that's the goal.
If that's the case, can I push you to the extreme then? Where if it's like, okay, well, so let's say everything we're talking about is fine, and then there's this factor of immune compromised people, which I agree. I have my best friend, his daughter is immune compromised, and it's hard because at that stage, would we not work better at technology to help the immune compromised people, rather than make society adapt around them because of the fact that it's not just the coronavirus, not just the flu virus that could kill them. They're immune compromised, which means that it's a lot of stuff that can kill them. Should we be taking immunizations as a herd on a whole for those immune compromised people? Like, at what point does that stop? So if we were to just do it this one time, are we going to do it again and again and again and for everything? Because now there's a standard of protecting immune.
We did it for polio, so I don't see why we can't do it for something else. And even if we do new technology, we are going to be adapting society through that technology regardless. So we're adapting society either way.
So we're saying
polio is a little different for me, because polio is more extreme. They already had cases going down drastically before the vaccine, and then the vaccine came in, but a lot of it had to do with standards and practices that we actually changed before the vaccine to start dropping it. So there's a huge debate there, as well as polio being so devastating to everybody, as compared to, we're talking about a really small percentage of the population that we are close to. Simplicities like a little bit higher than influenza in a lot of ways, and there's a few other diseases I was trying to look up that compare to. In addition, coronavirus is really hard to survive outside, so therefore it does get actually phased out really quickly, depending on how this specific corona wants to act.
The majority shouldn't be considered to the minority?
At what cost? What cost? That's the problem.
That is the question. Everybody's got an answer.
For your example of the polio, I agree that they use technology and they use better standards to reduce it. But I would say, in my understanding of the history, is that the vaccine itself and the mass push, where most people who could get it did get it, put the nail in the coffin for that disease. And yes, it was far more dangerous personally than coronavirus, but it's also far less transmissible than coronavirus. So they are different, and it's good to compare those things. But we've did it once before, and we can do it again. It's not that big of a cost if you use the tools correctly, which I would say that CDC is not necessarily doing that, but that's a different conversation.
I need a reason, if there's something that has ridiculously high percentage or either crippling or death, right? And we're talking 10, 20, 30, 40%. Yeah, sign me up to whatever program we need to do, and maybe even adjust society in a lot of ways to make sure that there doesn't have a needless death on maybe a large scale. Something like a plague, not a pandemic. Influenza is a pandemic. When we have something like a plague that is just not giving a shit and killing everybody, that's a little different. That's extremely different, in my opinion. When we have a coronavirus, which we have been dealing with, I think 3 or 4 of them because of our large farming practices, or in this case, visiting bats and housing bats. And I think that that's something that we need to take a little bit differently, because then why do I have to get vaccinated? Why do I need it? Is that something where I need to just be wary of immune compromised people out there?
Graham,
should those people also be concerned about everything else I have?
Grim, the sick, the elderly, and immune compromised have high viral load because they don't have, their system's weak in protecting, in fighting against it, and that increases mutations.
Have a vaccine for that.
Well, if I may, I think the whole reason why there's a push to get vaccine passports is because I don't think anybody here agrees with the idea that the majority should basically stomp the minority, right? That we should still be considerate of the minority because they're still human beings. But I think the issue you're going to run into is, and the reason why we have pushed for vaccine passports, is you don't know who's immunocompromised. And I don't think that that's going to be one of the first things someone tells you when they meet you. Like, hi, I have AIDS. I don't think that's going to happen. So vaccine passports, I imagine, are a measure meant to just kind of go work in the scenario and say, well, who doesn't have a compromised immune system? So let's just make sure that everybody in here is vaccinated, just in case.
Yeah, right. I gotta have my flu vaccine, gotta have my corona vaccine, gotta have my MMR vaccine. I'm gonna have all these vaccines and more and more. Like, we're looking at our kids and we're saying, how many vaccines do they have to take? And I think it was something like I think now it's in like the low 50s, 50 vaccines before they're 10. It's just,
50.
we can't do that, man. Like, that's what our schools are asking for. Yeah, dude, it's ridiculous. And so we're at this point where, like, no, fuck that shit. Like, we're selectively vaccinating. We're doing what we're seeing European countries do and we're taking seriously what we really need to vaccinate for, what we don't need to vaccinate for. And because there has been a lot of change since these viruses first came out on how they are reacting in the public and how they're working within the public, it's important that we also react appropriately the same way without pumping our kids through so much shit. And there's a lot of shit in those vaccines. The point where
there's some people who are immunocompromised and don't know it. I see a lot of people that speak out against it and talk about, I don't have nothing to worry about, and they think just because they're healthy, they'll be okay. But being healthy don't necessarily mean you might not have an immunocompromise. You might not be immunocompromised. You might not have a shitty immune.
Rare. It's rare not to know if you're immune compromised or not.
But I mean, you're thinking like I saw folks who are anti-vaxxers. They're gone now, and they eat healthy, and they're talking about how healthy they are, and they exercise and everything, and they don't realize that they just don't like if you have a weak immune system, the virus is just going to mutate faster than your immune system can respond, and it's just going to overtake your body and it's rare, but I mean, like, being healthy and having a compromised immune system could be different.
Right. And in this case, a majority of people that died, right, were unhealthy elderly people. Right? So it's affecting unhealthy elderly people at a higher rate. I'm 37, right? And I have to consider me and my age, right, and my conditions and all that stuff at 37 years old and saying, is this something that I'm willing to take, a vaccine, or do I think that I can survive with the Delta variant? I did all the studying. I looked at everything I had because I take my health seriously, and I said, oh, okay, well, my immune response is going to be the same whether I'm vaccinated or not. And with the next variant that comes out, I'm going to have to evaluate then too and see how it's affecting people.
If you're healthy and you don't have an immune system and you get the coronavirus, you will die.
Well, but that's not really being healthy in my opinion. That's not very healthy.
There's nothing going to stop it in it building up in you.
Yes, obviously, if I don't have an immune system, the fucking common cold will come around and squash me like a bug. So I get it, but I wouldn't consider that being healthy. I would consider having a very healthy immune system, having a healthy response. I've had COVID before. I know what I responded from. It didn't knock me out too far. Like, I was just down for a few days, didn't have any breathing issues, anything like that. Delta can have the same effect on people. It can worsen people, or in some cases, it's actually been lighter on people, depending on their immune responses. So it's so up in the air. My whole point is, like, dude, like the numbers we're talking about, the percentages we're talking about, who this virus is affecting, right, is something that I look at myself and I go, all those people can get vaccines. If you're immune compromised, you've got more problems than COVID. Personal opinion. But if you have access to a free vaccine, go vaccinate yourself. We shouldn't be discussing vaccine passports. We shouldn't be discussing attendance. We shouldn't be discussing any of that. It's free from the government. You can get it in 24 hours, and you can help protect yourself. You should consider the vaccine and what it might do for your health effects too, because I know people that have taken the vaccine and immediately died after for cancer-related reasons, actually. And it sucks because only until like a week later they actually come out and say, oh, by the way, if you've been going through cancer issues in the past, you should consider talking to a doctor about this kind of stuff, upon which people have and still died.
Well, thanks for scaring me, because I do have cancer, Grim, and
I'm sorry.
I was already worried about getting the damn vaccine. Fuck, man.
No, I'm serious. Read the vaccine. Like, it's not Pfizer. There's another one that was out there, and it said that they're having issues because for people that have been battling cancer.
Your immune system fight cancer. COVID overwhelms your immune system.
Guys, I'm gonna move us down to the tab now. Just wanted to thank you guys for interacting on this topic. Thanks to everyone who was here before but later left. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let's head down to the tab, and yeah, this was very interesting. Thanks, guys.